I remember the first day I met her, I had arranged to meet her at a train station. She had been given clear instructions to go from her home, to get on a train, to get off some stops later, and to stand outside carrying a bag in her right hand. And if she didn't feel safe, she was to put the bag down on the ground. A nice, easy, covert flag of something was wrong, and that would allow me to take some further decisions about how to make an approach to her and meet her for the first time. But when I turned up, she was standing there, the bag was in her hand, and you know when you look at someone and suddenly they look incredibly young and vulnerable, and it was one of those moments of thinking, I've got an enormous responsibility to look after this woman. So I got her into the car, and we put her into a car where my colleague was driving, I'm sitting with her, and we're driving her to a hotel. And we're going to put her in a hotel for the duration of the case against her boyfriend. Now, this hotel was some miles away from where the court was, but it struck me that when I started doing witness protection training, the mindset I had was about international movement, of full changes of identity, moving people from one country to another. And actually, the majority of cases weren't like that. All it needed was a very small location move to create a method of safety, because the communities that the criminals were operating in were pretty small and pretty tight together. So taking a vulnerable witness not too far away from her hometown, her home city, created a significant space between those who would seek to harm her. But bringing her to a hotel and checking her into a hotel, not unlike this, actually, she said to me as we got out of the car, she'd never been in a hotel in her life before. And that made me realize a mistake that we had made. We had made a judgment that by bringing her to a hotel, we'd be able to keep her safe quite easily, but without asking the basic question of, have you ever stayed in a hotel before? And if you've never done something like that before, that in itself is a big psychological stressor, and it increases some risk as well. So taking her in, explaining how could she get food, how could she pay for it, how could she survive for the next few days, essentially living in a room on her own without contact with her grandmother, who was her caregiver, without contact with her friends or her family. Starting to think all of these processes through and how we help took a little bit of time. And as you start going down that path here in Uganda, these are the things to think about. How would this play out in your towns, in your cities, in your villages, and how you can predict and prevent those risks. So doing that and getting her settled on that first day, bringing her into a hotel room, sitting her down, and explaining what was going to happen over the next few days, you can see the physical changes on someone's face as you talk this through. I think often there is a misconception about witness protection, that it is what you see in the movies, that it is something big and sexy and grand. You're going to get a helicopter to a beautiful Caribbean island and sit there and live a very grand life. It isn't the truth. It's not like that at all. Certainly in my organization back then, we had to keep witnesses in exactly the same financial position that they were in their genuine home life. So if they were unemployed, they had to be kept in accommodation that was similar to that way of life. If they were a high-end businesswoman, they had to be kept in a very similar occasion. And the reason behind that was to go in front of people like you as prosecutors or judges to give evidence of truth where they had not been manipulated or coerced, even unconsciously, by the witness protection program that was giving them a better quality of life. That is not the point of the scheme. The scheme is to get them in front of you, to get their evidence, and to keep them safe. It is not to give them a better quality of life. And that comes as a major shock to many people going into a protection scheme, because they've been watching all of the Gucci, Tom Cruise movies thinking, I'm going to be in a very nice place. And it doesn't always work out like that. So leaving Sarah on her first day and going back to base and then going home that night, I was really thinking about her a lot. And certainly as a witness protection officer, you become their counselor, you become their become the person who will fix something in the accommodation that they're in because you are that single point of contact, or a couple of you become that single point of contact. And balancing those relationships, maintaining that relationship of trust without it being manipulated by either you or the client, is pretty difficult at times. Keeping a level of objectivity where you are the day-to-day point of contact can be pretty tough if it hasn't been prepped and trained properly. And that's why in my former organisation, we kept the witness protection piece within the covert human intelligence and undercover department, because it was the same skill set required. The same skill set to keep undercover officers safe was exactly the same skill set that we needed to use to keep witnesses safe as well. Just in a slightly different dynamic, but the same way of doing business. But we managed to get it done, and she managed to give her evidence over a period of days, safely bringing her in and out of court, thinking through how do you get someone into court without being detected, without them being attacked in the street, without them being surveilled to and from that location. And I know that there are some countries that do this with lots of big cops in cars with lots of lights and sirens and people with guns hanging off them. For me, it was just me in a car, because hiding in plain sight was sometimes a lot easier than putting all of the big flashy stuff around it. So doing that, she gave her evidence. Her boyfriend was convicted and got a very significant sentence for serious international drug trafficking and weapons trafficking. And at the end of the summing up, and after the sentencing, the judge thanked her for having the bravery to step up and doing what she did. The judgment for us then as witness protection officers was, how do we get her home? At what point has the threat decreased enough where she can go back to her normal life? And in her case, it was quite quick, because the jailing of the boyfriend, actually I think that had been waited on in their community for some time. He had caused harm, chaos and violence across her community for years. So with him gone, that created a safe space for that community to start to rally around and come back together. They didn't know that she had given evidence. She did it under a pseudonym. She did it with her face protected from the stand. Only the jury and the judge could see her. So she was actually, over a period of weeks later, able to return, and we did it over a staged approach. Put her back home for a day, see how it goes, take her out for a couple of days, and then doing all of the covert work around her without her knowledge to make sure that she was safe, that she wasn't being followed, and that she wasn't at risk. And also thinking the risk isn't simply about her, it was about her grandmother who she lived with, her friends, all of that environment, and keeping them safe. So it's an enormous amount of work, and Lady Justice, when you say planning the law around this, takes a long amount of time and a lot of forethought. Planning the operational tradecraft around it requires the same. Getting into international movements was much more difficult. But this is where I think the international relationships in Uganda that you already have will allow you to move clients internationally when the time is right to do that. And that's a big judgment call to make, because it's expensive. And you will probably, if you move someone across borders with the consent of the country that you're going to, you'll probably end up taking one of theirs into you. So it's a like-for-like swap of people who are at significant risk. And again, the first time I did this, I had perceptions of how it would run, and the realities were quite different. It was relocating a family from one country who were under protection in their country into our country because the threat against them at home was so high. And despite all of the measures that the local policing and intelligence agencies had put in place, the threat had not reduced. There was corruption around their case that meant it was increasingly difficult to keep them covert. But what was also increasingly difficult to do was moving a family, moving a mum, a dad, and 2 young kids. And again, this is not a big, sexy thing to do, moving countries into a Caribbean island. It was moving people, and overnight their lives ended. They lost their names, they lost contact with their families, they lost contact with their friends, they lost their jobs. Everything stopped. And I really saw, putting clients into a witness protection scheme, you see them going through the grieving process, just the same as if we've lost someone dear to us. We go through the denial, we go through the anger, we go through all of the psychological impacts that go with that. And as witness protection officers, you may go through that with them as well. You may be on a path with them for many, many years. So preparing for that and having the infrastructure in place, and again, when DPP Jane Francis talks about the psychosocial aspect, it is so important, because that's the bit that will break a witness. That's the bit that will break a witness protection scheme much faster than the opposition finding where they are and getting around them. Someone will come out of their new identity. Someone will make contact with an old friend, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a family member, whomever, without you knowing about it. And it might be that one single phone call or contact on social media where the entire thing can fall apart, because the bad guys are watching without doubt, and they don't have to follow the law. They don't have to get procedures in place to do covert surveillance or wiretapping or trying to compromise someone's phone. They can do it at will, at ease, at very low cost. So when we start to think about witness protection today, if I look on doing it 20 odd years ago versus now, it has got a hell of a lot harder because of the internet connectivity that we all have. It is rare, and this is one of the reasons why actually today, having a few hours without a phone in my pocket, my life is slightly quieter. But I can guarantee when I turn it on again when I get to the airport tonight, it's got to change. So when we think about moving people into a witness protection scheme and the devices that they've had, what is their online presence? How long have they been online for? You think of what we may share online right now. I think of how I try to and probably fail to advise my 4 kids about the risks of being online. And when you look at the day-to-day risks that we all have in society now, that multiplies exponentially when you're moving someone covertly into a new country, into a new life. So it takes planning, it takes a lot of tradecraft, it takes a lot of testing to make sure that what you think is going to work is actually going to work for that individual. Because there is no one size fits all. It has to be unique to every individual. Every individual within a family will react differently. And explaining this to children, thinking of how you do that. Do you have someone, for example, as a child psychologist that you can vet and bring into your scheme that can speak to kids and has the way of understanding the psychological risk that the kids are going through as much as, or perhaps even more so, their parents? How do you teach kids who are 8 years old or 10 years old to go into a new school in a new country using a fake name? How do you teach them not to revert back to their previous name without scaring them so much that they can't keep themselves safe? So it's easy to say the phrase, but actually deploying it can be and is much harder. And for us, when we were taking evidence in my previous life from overseas and moving people, it was the use of the UN's Transnational Organised Crime Convention that allowed us to get evidence to help keep our people, our clients, safe. I never thought that I would be working in the agency that actually manages that piece of business now. And I hope that with our collective determination in Uganda, that you can move forward into becoming a state party to all of the protocols of the UN Transnational Organised Crime Convention. It will make your lives much easier as prosecutors and investigators. So Sarah, my first client, her bravery made sure that her boyfriend went to jail. And I've no doubt that without a national witness protection scheme, it could not have happened. And she was the best of us at that point of time. And as you are now, and as was the late Joan Kagezi, because listening to what she went through and what you have gone through as a family is exactly the same premise. So getting all of the infrastructure right to keep our people safe is so important. And yesterday, actually, Sharon and I met with the Internal Security Organisation, and that's where you really see a link between intelligence services and prosecutors and policing. It's the tradecraft of keeping you all safe, at trying to identify risk before it happens or mitigating it once it's there. And often It's the services like ESO that will have the tradecraft that is a little bit beyond what you may have in your own jobs right now and can give advice and operational advice on keeping people safe. We do or have done jobs that expose us to the darkest parts of society, and we see things that no one should ever have to see. We carry that with us. We carry that when we go home to our families, our partners, our children. We go home alone, and we internalize that, and it has psychological and sometimes physical impact on us. It leaves those scars. I certainly know I have them from my previous job. But despite all of this, we keep going. That's why you're sitting here today. It's why you do the jobs that you do. And that's why I remember last year, Lady Justice Jane Francis standing up and speaking to His Excellency the President and bidding for more funding for you, for getting more salaries, for getting more vehicles, for getting more support. And you got it. So that's what this is about. It's getting people, absolutely, it's getting people in the right space with someone who will listen and take action upon that. And we do this because someone has to. Someone has to do this job, and that is your calling, that is our calling. And last year, I remember at this very memorial, I passed a note to Sharon, and it said, "This is why we do what we do." And that is what you hear about today. And ladies and gents, that is the legacy of the late Joan Kagezi. My office has been at the forefront of fighting organised crime and terrorism for decades. And in Eastern Africa, we have been working with national authorities to enhance the capacity and the capability of law enforcers, prosecutors and judges just like you to prosecute organised crime cases. In Kenya, we helped to build their witness protection scheme, and I hope that we can do the same for you here when the time is right. Everything we're trying to do is to protect our society and make our world safer from drugs and organised crime and corruption and terrorism. And putting standards and norms and human rights at the heart of that, it puts our ethics in the right place, because there is a temptation at times in the worlds that we live in and inhabit to take things a little bit further than we ought to. So it's keeping ourselves grounded in keeping people safe, following that rule of law, which you are so good at, is vital to everything that we do. But if we're going to protect our most vulnerable witnesses, we have to have a current, nuanced understanding of the picture of threat. And I'm going to take a couple of minutes just to give you what we see as the picture of threat of organised crime and terrorism in Eastern Africa right now. You might disagree with something that I say, and that's okay. In fact, that's good. We only get one picture, one side of what the threat picture looks like. You will understand a lot more of it from the jobs that you do now, because you're seeing the casework every day. So let's look at what are the biggest threats in the region right now. Well, I think I can't not mention the crisis in Sudan as the first picture right now. The risks of human smuggling and trafficking that come out of Sudan right now are significant, and they are increasing on a day-to-day basis. And I applaud the President for having so many heads of state here yesterday discussing what solutions look like, bilaterally, multilaterally, through IGAD, through the UN, through lots of other processes. It will be a diplomatic solution to the crisis. But we all know that organised criminals will look at events like this with glee, with hope that they are going to be able to expand their organised crime business model at pace. We saw this in Afghanistan when the Taliban came back in. We saw the movement of people, of smugglers actively getting into communities literally overnight, happening at pace. And in a society where law enforcement is breaking down, then that's a recipe of real risk. Not just to the country itself, but to those in the region. And already, and I have to say really thank you on behalf of the UN, Uganda has already taken many of our staff who have been displaced into Entebbe. Some will be coming to Kampala as well, and I appreciate your warmth and hospitality in doing that. So I think the human trafficking and human smuggling risks will increase at pace. The terrorism threats in the region have changed over the past year. They have increased as well. We have seen Al-Shabaab moving differently in Ethiopia, in Somalia, but we have also seen some real successes against them as well. We've seen the risks on your borders in South Sudan, in DRC and beyond, we see the risks that come towards you and that the work that you have to do to defend against them. Some of the work that we're doing in UNODC and that we're going to do over the next couple of years is looking at the threats from synthetic drugs like methamphetamine, fentanyl, the drugs that have caused an opioid crisis in the US and Canada, to see if there is a threat existing here in your country and wider throughout the Horn and Eastern Africa. And we're starting from a position of no knowledge. We don't know if there is drug trafficking of methamphetamine, fentanyl and morphines in your country. If you do, I'd love to hear about it, because we're starting from scratch. And I want to start from a premise of not knowing, not starting from a premise of saying the threat actually exists, because that way we don't fall victim to our own unconscious and conscious biases around that. We're seeing a change in the movement of drugs internationally, and again, since the Taliban came back into Afghanistan, they said that they were going to stop opium production, which is the precursor to heroin, and dare I say it, unsurprisingly, that didn't happen. Opium production has increased at 30% since the Taliban came back in, and commensurately, you will see an increase in heroin use in your countries and in most countries around the world, because there is a physically greater availability. There is also a greater availability, the greatest availability we've seen of cocaine worldwide this year. So all of these things are increasing at a time when our economies have been stressed to the hilt by COVID, where our economies are stressed to the hilt by the war in Ukraine, where we see inflation rising, where we see our ability to make money in society drop, and all of these things just create more and more opportunities for transnational organised criminals. The cyber threat is increasing as well, and I'm really glad to see that we have been able to get financial support for Uganda to attend the UN's cybercrime drafting convention sessions in Vienna and New York. There have been 5 of these so far. The last one will be the most difficult. Trying to get an agreement between every state on earth about what cybercrime is not an easy discussion at all. But I think there are elements in that every state will be able to agree upon, be it on digital evidence, be it on online child sexual abuse and exploitation. There is work to be done, and actually it is ODPP's office that is leading that for your country. So you are driving the international diplomacy on drafting new international legislation, a new international convention on countering the most pressing and current of risks. And again, I applaud you for doing that. All of this work undermines the rule of law. But as I've said to many of you in the past, the thing that undermines and supports all of the criminality in the world is profit. It's making money and the ability to move money at pace. It may surprise you to know that just next door in Kenya, Kenya has the highest peer-to-peer, person-to-person transfer of Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, per month anywhere on Earth. More than the US, more than Southeast Asia, more than Europe. But if you don't have investigative capability, if you don't have policy, if you don't have legislation, then there's some risk around that. Uganda is a little bit lower down that risk, but it is still there. And sometimes we talk about things like cryptocurrencies and saying, well, let's just make it illegal. Doesn't solve the problem. It just pushes it further underground if you can't detect and you can't bring people to justice. We sometimes work in money laundering and terrorist financing thinking that it's someone moving a big bag of cash or an interbank transfer. Cash is still king in money laundering and terrorist financing. But if we're not on top of the new methodology for doing it, be it through mobile money or be it through things like crypto, then we are missing a big portion of that problem. We're missing a big understanding of the threat. And I can guarantee you that the opposition, the criminals and the terrorists, know how to do this better than we can. They do it faster, and they know where the risks that we have in trying to investigate lie. So all of these things, when they come together, when we start to think of how do we protect witnesses in casework like that, how do we assess that threat properly? And that threat assessment, I would argue, is usually international in scope. If you have been dealing with an organised crime case, you have undoubtedly got international evidence somewhere. It might be with a service provider like Google or Facebook or TikTok or Snapchat. I'm too old to use most of those platforms. It would look very strange. But that evidence might be based in the US, it might be based in Canada, in Ireland, in Norway. So it's looking at how can you use the evidence that's been collected for your case as another way of assessing the risk to your client. If your client is a criminal as well, maybe someone in the case, that will drive you down a certain path. But if your clients are third parties who are close to your prime suspects, then you might have to look at that evidence in a different way as guiding you as an intelligence product to assess the threat to the women and men that you will have to protect at some point, and making sure that you have the legislation in place to gather that intelligence lawfully, internationally, to make that threat assessment, and to have the relationships with your foreign counterparts who will be doing the same job. And we can help you to forge those relationships where they don't already exist. So we all know that witnesses are essential to the prosecution of your criminal casework, and that they are giving you crucial evidence that brings the perpetrators to account and truly delivers justice to the victims. But those risks and challenges will change on a day-by-day basis, and the witnesses that you will have in organised crime are often more vulnerable than those that you will have in terrorism. So we have to get past the impunity that the bad guys often seek to work with, and using their violence and threats and corruption to obstruct justice, and helping our people to come forward and give evidence without the fear of being detected, without the fear of being harmed, kidnapped, or killed. So it's incumbent on all of us as stakeholders to do this in a way that keeps their rights, the victims' rights and the witnesses' rights, upheld every single day. The program that you will eventually develop will safeguard the integrity of your criminal justice process and ensure that we get witnesses of truth freely and without fear of reprisals. And these programs, like Jane Francis has already said, must provide physical protection but psychological protection in equal measure for the witnesses and for the officers who look after them. Protecting witnesses in an online world has become even harder. But with the proportionate lawful skill sets that you have and that organisations like ESO have and your international counterparts have, it is doable. It takes practice, it takes training, but it is certainly doable. And we're committed as an organisation to support you in this path through technical assistance, capacity building, best practice, learning the lessons that people like me have made by making mistakes. We also truly advocate for the incorporation of witness protection measures into national legislation and policies, and it's so good to hear that that is the plan and that that's what you're working on. It takes a network to defeat a network. And in commemorating Joan Kagezi's legacy, we also have to recognise and celebrate the invaluable contribution that people like you in this room make. You are at the forefront of keeping your country safe every single day. You, and absolutely, you face immense challenges in what you do. You undoubtedly face threats. That's why we're here today. You face intimidation, you face personal risk to uphold the rule of law and criminal justice. And I think as you go down the path of creating a witness protection framework, it's the right time to think about what elements of that can be brought out to train you, each individual person working in criminal casework, with some very basic measures to make sure that you can keep yourself and your families safe. So we're going to continue to support you in your efforts, and it is our honour to get to do that. And by renewing our commitment to the protection of witnesses and the pursuit of justice together. I'd like to end again by paying tribute to Joan Kagezi, to Philip, to Carol for having the bravery to come to these events. I can imagine that this is not an easy day out. She was a true champion of justice and an inspiration to us all, and I cannot overemphasize how much this event last year has played on my mind ever since. So let us honour her legacy by continuing the fight against organised crime and ensuring that our witnesses are protected and that justice is served. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to you, Lady Justice Jane Francis, and all of your team and all of those here today for giving me the genuine honour for being able to come and speak with you, and for seeing and hearing your commitment for justice for everyone in Uganda and beyond. We work together for a safer and a more just society, and it's our honour to walk that path with you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me your time.
A big round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you, Mr. Neil Walsh, the regional representative UNODC, based in Nairobi, for the East African region. And we thank you for sharing your personal story regarding the violence that took place in Belfast. I was privileged to study in Galway, but visited Belfast twice. And I know it is still a divided city. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a presentation from the Champisi Child Ministries. There are children that have survived crime, especially child sacrifice, and I was privileged to handle one of the cases where a young girl was mutilated and disabled for life. I was able to put away the perpetrator for 45 years while I was still working in Masaka. So, ladies and gentlemen, before you is Champisi Child Ministries. Thank you.
Your Excellencies and our special guest, before you is Champisi Child Care Ministries. We are a non-government organization in Mukono working with the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions. We care for victims of trafficking and child sacrifice. So before you are the children representing thousands of children in Uganda. We are very thankful for this special day in commemoration of Joan Kagezi. And we are happy that children's voices are going to count. Please receive the children as they speak and present to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Champisi Child Care Ministries. I believe we've been able to pick the message from the children about our collective effort to combat child sacrifice and trafficking in persons, because they are the biggest victims, and yet they are our future. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we take a 10 minutes break to enable members who have been seated for a while to take a health break, so that when we reassemble, we'll start off the panel discussion. And I would like to notify our moderator, who will be none other than my health prefect, Dr. Ronald Daniel Reza, who is the acting head of Department Law and Jurisprudence School of Law, Makerere University, to be ready in 10 minutes so that we take on the panel discussion. So I propose we have a health break, and you'll be guided that at the end of the brown iron sheets, the building to the far left is where the washrooms are, because the closest here are out of bounds for security reasons. In the meantime, I'll request the Uganda Police Band to play some soft music. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will encourage each one of us to grab a cup of tea or some water. The serving points for water are on the sides where we served the tea, and at the back. And right opposite where I'm standing, there's a serving point for tea. Let's use 2 minutes to grab a cup of tea, and then I'll call upon the moderator to come to the stage. I will encourage members to resume their seats so that we utilize the next 40 minutes for the presentations and then the plenary for 20 minutes. So, because by then our chief guest should be here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us resume our seats so that we can salvage some time.
The Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Honorable Judges of the High Court, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, the Chief Justice Emeriti and former national leaders, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, the Chief of Defense Forces, our keynote speaker, the family of the late Joan Kagezi, members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, heads of international organizations, executive directors, heads of non-governmental organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities. My name is Daniel Ruhweza. I'm a lecturer at the School of Law, Makerere University, and I consider myself a friend of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. At Makerere, I currently head the Department of Law and Jurisprudence, and interestingly, for this semester, I'm teaching criminology and organized crime, and I have some of my students with me who were kindly invited by the ODPP. I don't know if they can stand up for recognition. The students right there, those are our students. They are here to learn. It gives me great pleasure once again to participate in yet another event with the ODPP. Ours is going to be a panel discussion on these very critical matters regarding witness protection and organized crime. I have a team of 3 distinguished panelists who I will invite and ask them to take their seats. Number 1 is Mr. Charles Richard Kamuli, or Kamuli, as I like to call him, who is an Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions and the Head of Department of Witness Protection and Victim Empowerment in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Charles has worked with this office for 24 years and has indeed headed several stations. Right now, he is one of the team members prosecuting the trial against Thomas Kwoyelo. He was also involved in the 2010 Al-Shabaab case extraditions, including the extradition of Jamil Mukulu. Charles, you are most welcome. The second member, yes, the second member is Miss Geraldine Akubu, who is an Assistant Commissioner in the Law Reform Department of the Law Reform Commission. Geraldine is an advocate with an extensive expertise in the area of international criminal law, international trade law, and human rights law. Geraldine has over 22 years of experience in the sector with excellent knowledge and experience of public sector planning, reporting processes, and sector-wide approaches, as well as experience working with development partners and civil society. Geraldine, you are most welcome. Our third participant or panelist is Senior Commissioner of Police, Waswa David Sengendo, who is a Deputy Director Counter-Terrorism of the Uganda Police Force and the Head of Division with regard to intelligence and investigations. SCP Waswa has 21 years of experience working with the Uganda Police Force and has previously held positions of Commissioner, Technical Services, Acting Commissioner for Electronic Countermeasures, and Chief Technical Officer in the former Directorate of Special Branch. Right now, he is a member of the National Task Force on Anti-Money Laundering and Counterfeiting the Finance of Terrorism. You are most welcome, Afande Sengendo. All right. So members, we are going to have a panel discussion. Allow me to take a seat as well so that my people don't feel lonely. All right. So as you can see, everyone here has at least 20 years plus of experience. So I'm sure the ODPP chose very well. The first thing I'll ask my panelists to do is briefly give one or two highlights of the keynote address that was given to us by Mr. Neil Walsh, so that we are all on the same plan. Yeah, 1, 2 highlights of, so that we are sure you are listening. And as you know, I'm a lecturer, and that is a test of expertise. Yes, we shall start with you, Charles.
Thank you, Daniel, the moderator. I think you're ambushing us because we didn't know you're teaching even here. From the key presenter, I noted 2 important points. One of them being that those who go through witness protection are not supposed to go for luxury, but to keep you in the same state as you were, but safe. The other key point that he raised, which I noted and I found to be interesting because I do witness protection, is the challenge of witnesses using fake names, because sometimes we give them codes. You are C5, you are C8, how do you have a child and you're telling your child your name is maybe Mount Elgon, or your name is Flower and it's different from the original name. Those are the key points I noted. Thank you.
Technical staff, there seems to be some feedback from Mr. Charles Kamli's microphone, so maybe you could help in that regard, so that he is heard clearly. Yes, Geraldine.
I picked a few things. I think one of the things I picked is the fact that it is important to know a little bit or even a lot bit about the witness that you're seeking to protect, so that you don't find out important information when you're already at the stage of implementing protection. In this case, you found out that this witness had not been to a hotel of that stature before, and this is information that would have been important to find out in the beginning. From the keynote speech, I also picked up the fact, like the different measures that can be used in witness protection. In the case that you gave us, it was a matter of taking this person from the place where she resided to a hotel, which was not necessarily in another jurisdiction, but somewhere near where she could be safe.
Thank you very much. Afande?
Thank you. Council just said mine. Well, I thank the keynote speaker. The first thing I picked was the fact that as a witness protection officer, you must be ready to live the life of the witness. And gave an illustration of people who have to change identity, change names, lose their networks, start afresh, include children. It pains, and you have to feel that pain and be compassionate. That's very, very outstanding. Then the other one was what led you, sir, into this and the contribution we see that you've made to humanity. Experience you got on the first bombing, and you made a decision that I'm gonna dedicate myself to serving humanity in this area. Those two were really outstanding for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we'll continue with the SCP. But before we come to you, let me ask Geraldine. The word that has been used here has been witness protection. And I do not want to take the assumption that we all understand what witness protection actually is. So maybe you could help us understand from the perspective of Law Reform Commission, what do we mean by witness protection? What does it include and what does it not include, so that we are clear?
Thank you, Daniel. Witness protection is essentially protection that is or can be extended to a person who has information that is going to be used for a case that is being considered. This person can be identified at the point of investigation. It can be a person who is assessed to need protection during a trial, or a person that may need protection after they have finished giving their testimony. Witness protection takes several forms. There's high-end witness protection, which looks into matters of changing the face of a person, relocation of a person to a different jurisdiction, but that is at the higher end. Witness protection can take the simplest forms. At the point of investigation, when an investigating officer identifies or notices a person that they believe will be useful to them or has information that will be useful during a trial, the officer can immediately start providing aspects of witness protection at that level. For instance, by not indicating to other people who have converged at the scene of a crime, not divulging to other people who are there that they have identified this person who they believe is going to be a witness for the case, in the case. Witness protection, as I mentioned, can take several forms. There are procedural measures that can be taken to protect a person who is a witness. There are administrative measures, and then there are measures that are provided for in the law on measures that can protect a witness. Other measures that are used for protecting witnesses, even currently in Uganda, I have already mentioned at the investigation stage, identifying a witness. We use anonymity so that people don't find out who this person is. Even when the police submits their documents to the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution, there are some facts that can already be removed, facts that would identify a person who is going to be used as a witness. Even at prosecution, at the Directorate of Prosecution, and as well as at the judiciary, witnesses can be protected by redacting statements or information that if another person looks at a file, they will be able to identify that so-and-so, the person who is going to provide testimony against the accused person is so-and-so. So by redacting information and pursuing anonymity of a person, of a witness, that can provide protection for a witness. Other measures that have been used for protecting witnesses in the courts include voice distortion, include giving of testimony behind screens, having hearings in camera, having video link testimony, a witness give their testimony without necessarily being in the court. We have in many cases, a witness who is threatened has been assigned a pseudonym, also for purposes of keeping them anonymous. So there are different things that can be done to protect a witness, different measures that can be put in place. We've had investigators and prosecutors give mobile phones, for instance, to a witness so that the person doesn't have to keep coming to the police or to the prosecution office and thereby risk getting identified as a witness. We have, when a person goes to court to testify, if a threat has been assessed that this witness could be attacked by, say, relatives on an accused person. Even at the courts, they can be put away in a different room from the room where the relatives of the accused person are, or where the accused person is going to be. So there are different measures that can be taken. The Law Reform Commission carried out a study on witness protection, and it was very interesting, some of the things that we discovered in the course of the study. The things that, the mechanisms that are in place in the different justice institutions, at police, prisons, at the courts. For instance, we found out that there's a reason why, one of the reasons why we are asked to taste food when we go to visit our relatives, friends, and in-laws in the prisons is to protect the people who are there. Some of those people, especially the accused persons who have been asked to, who would like to testify against some of their accomplices, they need to be protected. Then the police also provides protection in the form of physical, the armed guards. Sometimes it has been necessary to put a witness in a safe place, away from their homes, outside of a witness protection program. And then there are cases, the high-end cases, usually involving organized crime, that requires protection of a witness in the form of relocating the witness and then only having them testify either from wherever they are or bringing them under a cloak so that they cannot be identified. Now, protection of witnesses, just briefly, protection of witnesses as envisaged by the law is not just protection of the principal witness, but may include protection of someone who is close to the witness, either a member of the family or someone who is close to the witness, because sometimes the threat goes beyond the principal witness.
Okay, thank you very much, Geraldine. So I'll then ask SCP Waswa, how problematic is this in your work? Because most of this starts with the police. How bad a problem is it? Are we crying crocodile tears? Are we just trying to impress certain people that we are doing some work? What exactly are the challenges you are facing? Is there any statistical data that we can learn about etc.? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. The police annual crime report indicates for 2022 about 213 loss cases that were dismissed and about 38 acquittals. I don't have specific categories, but many of those are actually as a result of organized crimes which were not well investigated. Now, the organized crime by virtue of the way of manifestation is very complex. So many processes are covert. So we in investigations, as we pursue the bad people, we also employ some covert technical techniques, special investigation techniques that help us to match the speed of change, including, for example, the undercover operation, using undercover officers, controlled delivery, sharing affidavits, forensics, CDR analysis, call data, record analysis, and things like that. In other words, we use intelligence methods to do the investigation, intelligence-led investigations. Now, that one brings in so many dynamics because we use informers, contacts and things like that. So the dynamics are an intelligence, as we talk about analysis and evaluation, to produce an intelligence product. In investigation, we talk of evidence, exhibits, and proof beyond reasonable doubt. So connecting these two becomes a challenge. Now, I'll give an example very briefly. In city, for example, operations, you learn of a plan by a suspected, let me say ADF operative in smuggling in commercial explosives to use them for, their targets, their own operations. And another line, probably of a house that has, because an IED, an improvised explosive device, is made of different components. There are commercial explosives normally which are used. There is the circuitry, then the boosters. So you also have information from probably another contact who is also giving information of someone importing or kind of looking for maybe boosters, detonators or things like that. Then you get information of an planned attack, maybe targeting a facility or an individual. So as you try to connect these dots and you see actually there is a picture which you don't understand, but again, as you follow the three, some areas get gray, so you trigger into action for a disruption. Now, as you do a disruption, actually you are able to even recover some guns, you recover people being trafficked, including children, maybe money, and it takes some kind of shape. But you started from an intelligence, which mainly relies on an informer. So as you prepare a file, you realize you have to protect the informers. There are these children who are victim, witness, but on a victim side. And as you go along, you especially if you didn't involve the prosecutor early, you see your case having, balances. And when you go to the DPP, you always get that back and forth. And so those are the challenges we get in pursuing organized crime, that the methods we use vis-a-vis the manifestation and the transition, the changing of intelligence to evidence to get that crime conviction triangle of evidence, suspect, and scene. So the scene, placing the suspect to the scene with these methodologies becomes really tricky. Those are some of the challenges. But also, there are cases we've had when even a case which is where I was probably an IO in court already, and the witness fears to testify, maybe demands to be relocated, and there are no mechanisms, and he fails to turn up. There is a case we lost some time back, 5 years ago, one involving Aisha and the rest. He fails to turn up. So those are challenges, and they are continuous. They are real. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charles, you have just closed your case in Gulu. What were you doing, with all these prosecution witnesses? The DPP has told us there is no law, and yet you are in charge of witness protection in the office. How are you operating under a system that has no law? Are you acting illegally in the office of the DPP? What have been your experiences that you can share with us, both with your work within, which is administrative, but also the practical reality as a prosecutor?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Daniel. I'll share my experiences as head of Department of Witness Protection. Truly, it's challenging because in a normal situation, witness protection is best done when you have a legal framework, when you have the professionals in the area, and you have a budget. At the moment, all the three are missing. But we will not surrender to the situation. As ODPP, we've come up with the 2 resource books. The first book is Witness Protection Guidelines. It's a booklet that details how one can use ad hoc measures to protect witnesses. And then the second booklet is on empowerment of victims, people who are following up their cases and complaining. But of course, I'm now going to focus on witness protection. Our booklet on witness guidelines emphasizes ad hoc measures, which are contained in Rule 36, Sub-Rule 9 of the ICD rules. It's basically emphasizing the use of measures that do not require money. The DPP and the other presenters have talked about them, measures like use of code names, trial in camera, trial through video link. In some cases, like the war crimes case of Thomas Koyolo, we've had to camouflage some witnesses. We buy goggles and cover them up. So the situation is tough, but we've not surrendered the situation. We've tried to make use of the ad hoc measures which are available. But of course, the challenge with ad hoc measures is that these are courtroom protective measures. What happens to the witness when the witness leaves court? When the witness leaves court, these measures are no longer useful, and the witness still remains vulnerable to threats and to attacks. Now, under organized crime, what are the key areas where we're getting threats? The biggest area of organized crime where we're getting a lot of threats to our witnesses is human trafficking. At the moment, as the key note presented, human trafficking presents a lot of threats to our witnesses, particularly the youth who are trafficked to Asian countries. When they return to Uganda, try to pursue cases against the perpetrators of these crimes. They really make a lot of threats to them, and this is aimed at derailing them from pursuing justice. The other category under human trafficking is those category of victims who are tricked and taken to Asia for organ harvesting. It is a common trend, and for those of you who have been following the media, there's this notorious case of Naki into Judith, who was trafficked to Asia, and one of her kidneys was harvested, and she has now become paralyzed. As we talk, this is a suitable case for protection, but this lady, Judith, is living with her parents despite the threats, and she has not been protected. The other emerging area under human trafficking is surrogacy. Young girls are being identified and are being exported to Asia to serve as surrogate mothers, producing children for wealthy couples. People delegate production of children to others, and they pay the money. It's a risky venture because it has health-related hazards and, of course, psychological trauma. How do you produce a child and you just hand over the child, yet you have the milk flowing, you need to breastfeed? Those are some of the challenges. Under surrogacy, we have had one successful prosecution of a local doctor called Dr. Abaho Ben, and a Chinese counterpart called Su Joan. These two were intercepted at Sia border. They had two girls, aged about 27, who they were transporting to China through Kenya. And upon interception, they revealed they were taking the girls to Asia to serve as surrogate mothers. They were taken to court. Lucky for the prosecution, these two pleaded guilty and were convicted. They are now in prison serving. But by the time this case came to court, the two girls had been compromised because of lack of a witness protection law, and they had disappeared. The police has never traced them up to date, so we do not know whether they still made their journey to China or not. But the quick question which I need to share with you now is the lack of the law affecting management of criminal justice in Uganda? Yes, absence of the law on witness protection is heavily impacting on the administration of criminal justice in the country in a number of aspects, which I want to share with you. One key area where this is affecting our administration of criminal justice is that we are having increased threats to our witnesses and even harm. We are getting many of these cases. I want to draw you an example from the case of Koyolo, the war crimes case, which is happening in northern Uganda. At the beginning of that case, we had one of our witnesses, PW2, attacked after he had testified in court, and 4 of his houses were burnt. Another recent case that I can share with you is a case from Ntungamo. It's a case of Uganda versus Kosia Mujuni. Kosia Mujuni has been committed to High Court on charges of aggravated defilement. He is alleged to have defiled his own daughter, aged about 6 years. The unfortunate bit with this case is that when the case was committed to High Court, the relatives of the accused descended on the mother of the victim and the victim. They beat them up in the night, destroyed their home, and chased them from the village. As I speak now, this mother with her 6 children are living in Ntungamo town, destitute. About a month ago, this lady came to my office with a detailed letter addressed to the DPP, and she was requesting the DPP to release the husband so that she can be able to return to her home, to access her home and her gardens. It was a very challenging case for us to manage. I presented it to the DPP. Of course, the DPP could not withdraw a case of that category. She declined the request, but we could not offer a solution to this family. As we wait for the trial of the case, this family is living in Ntungamo town, destitute. The other negative impact has been in the area of failed prosecutions in court. Daniel, let me just finish this. We are increasingly having a big number of cases that cannot take off because witnesses fear attending court due to reprisal. Now, when you have that kind of trend, you know the outcome. Those cases will automatically be dismissed and suspects acquitted. If we do not legislate to protect witnesses, that trend will increasingly promote impunity in our country. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. Gerald, I have a question for you. The first time I heard about witness protection was over 10 years ago. The Law Reform Commission called us. There was a draft bill, and we are still talking about this. What is happening? What is happening with Law Reform Commission? What are you doing? You know, cut your tongue, or you know, or are there some best practices that you have picked, which, in spite of the law not being there, we can that the ODPP can use in the meantime? As you think about that question, I would like to ask David. David, what happens when the protector is the perpetrator? Because we are talking about witness protection, but we also know that there are situations whereby the actual victim is either dressed like you or dressed in attires similar. What have you been doing in those circumstances? I know this is such a question that not many people will be happy with me asking, but yeah, there you go.
Well, that's a complex one, but it's real. We've had cases, for example, where especially issues that involve families or within a certain location. We live in clans and villages, and maybe the other party, half of the party of that bigger community is on this other side, and it is real. For me, what is most important is to bring the attention of the key stakeholders. I mean, to bring to the attention of the key stakeholders, especially the Directorate of Public Prosecution, because in all this, we are guided, and I'm happy that the DPP launched their guidelines for prosecution-led investigations. We are guided by them. When we get into such a complex situation, we seek their advice. We involve them early, and we advise on how to take it further. In most cases, because it is not very logical or kind of rare for cases of organized crime, high-profile cases, to be settled out of court. Ordinarily, for other cases, you would probably, take some other options. But it becomes very complex, and in that case, the DPP advises us on where to go. So probably Charles can expand on that.
Yes, thank you very much. Jero, then I'll come back to Charles.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, it's been 10 plus years. The Commission completed the study in 2014 and submitted a study report along with proposals for legislation to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Since then, there has been some movement, not as fast as we had hoped, obviously. I think the first roadblock that we had was one of the key recommendations from that study was that a witness protection program, that legislation is passed that deals specifically with witness protection, and that a witness protection program is established. And the roadblock there was the cabinet directive that we cannot establish new institutions. So we've been struggling with the discussion of where to put which of the existing government entities could house a witness protection program. Could it be within the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Would it be within the Ministry of Justice? Could it be in the judiciary? So that's a discussion that we've been grappling with. But from the time that we submitted the study report and proposals, principles for legislation were prepared for submission to Cabinet for discussion. We have also since then, together with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Judiciary, Uganda Police Force, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we have prepared a regulatory impact assessment report which identifies several issues on what to do about witness protection. The main recommendation is to pass a law on witness protection, which establishes a witness protection program. Then the RA also identifies other things that can be done, including administrative measures within the different institutions to deal with the protection of witnesses, within the police, within ODPP, within the judiciary. These measures were identified in the report, and they're also part of the regulatory impact assessment report. The other option is improved coordination between the agencies that are dealing with agencies in the criminal justice system that are dealing with witnesses, and sensitization of the public, because the study initially identified that as one of the bigger threats to witness protection. As individuals, as members of communities, we don't know how to protect ourselves, because the first protection really should begin with us. So we have the principles which are ready for discussion by Cabinet as soon as we can decide which institution, which currently existing institution should house the witness protection program. And
yeah,
we are at that stage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Charles, Afande sent something back to you. Maybe you could respond to that. He was asking you to comment on what happens when the one supposed to be doing protection for you is actually a perpetrator and would be the one that is doing the actual harm or possible harm. And as you answer that, the other clincher is, what happens when you need to protect a witness who is also a perpetrator? They are both capable of giving you very vital information, but at the same time, they are able, they identify in your books as perpetrators. If you could just comment on those two, then we'll have a plenary session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. The question of the question that you raised to Afande is a question of professional ethics. I think within the police, within the military, we have bodies within those institutions that deal with ethical issues. Of course, we have had police officers making mistakes while on duty. And such cases, of course, have to be taken to the professional PSU, Professional Standards Unit, and they are well dealt with. The same issue with the military. We also have professional bodies that can deal with them. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. There's one which you have not answered, but it's going to come back to bite you in the plenary session.
I will.
So, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is anyone who would like to ask any of our panelists a question, this would be the best time to raise your hand. And there is an excellent team from ODPP that will come to you and give you the microphone. There is a hand from a lady at far back, and then there is a gentleman as well. Thank you. Yeah, please tell us who the question is directed to, preferably, so that we can know who can answer it.
Thank you, Session Chair. My question goes to Madame Geraldine. Except that I didn't stand up and jump, but I got shocked that you're asking yourselves where to house the management of witnesses. It is clear that witnesses, if I would say, relate to a factory, that witnesses are a raw material for a prosecutor. How can I want to manage a factory and somebody else wants to store raw materials for me? There is no discussion on that point, and if you're discussing it, go and correct them, Geraldine. You owe us a duty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Geraldine will respond to that. Next person. Or could you let us know your first name, please? The lady who spoke, so that Geraldine can respond to.
Except she's deceiving you, but she knows that I'm Ayebare Proscovia.
All right, Proscovia, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I can defend Geraldine, she hasn't deceived me. I didn't ask her that question. Okay, yes, there is a hand there. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Tuhaire Julius, a senior state attorney with the ODPP's office. And my question is directed to Mr. Kamuli in respect to shielding of witnesses. He has given us a live example of the case he's handling, where witnesses have to disguise with headgears and spectacles. I happened to handle a case of the kind, and it so happened it was a murder trial, and this was the victim or the deceased had been a UN British renowned businessman in Entebbe. And at the start of the trial, one of our key witnesses in that case had been a survivor who had been with the deceased. And he was our key witness. And unfortunately, for purposes of threat, she didn't want to take the stand. And her own parents were allied parents because she was a daughter of a former ex-commissioner of police, and they were hesitant. We had an interface with them, back and forth with the DPP, and we said we're going to make this application before court. And when we appeared before court, we made our application before the judge, and I would not want to mention the judge's names, but a very seasoned judge and a former prosecutor. We made our case before the court. that we wanted her to have her headgear on and also to disguise because she was not comfortable testifying. We made our application, but unfortunately, under our constitution, the provision is only for national security. And unfortunately, our application was overruled. And the argument by the lawyers, by the defense lawyers, is that they really wanted to examine the demeanor of this person, and she was giving very vital information, and they really needed to see her face testify in court. So I seek to know from my senior, Mr. Kamuli, what has been the enabling law they have relied on to make these applications before court. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a lady in front here. Anyone else? We'll take two more after. Okay, they are all right.
Thank you, presenters and discussants. Mine is a contribution to the question he had put to Afande, and he referred it to Kamuli. I want to contribute that if the protector becomes the hunter, as the office of the DPP, we shall also come for you. It depends on what actions you have done. If what your actions have gone across the line and you've committed a crime, for example, cases where suspects are put in custody and then police officers go ahead. We had a case where a police officer went ahead to have a relationship with a detainee, or even defiling them or going ahead to do things that are beyond your responsibility. Once you are investigated and there is evidence, we shall come for you and we shall prosecute you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, at the back, I see Mr. Baguma and then Tazan, and then we can have responses from the panelists.
Thank you very much, discussants. I want to comment on the assertion by Madam Geraldine about the fact that the reason why you've not made a headway is because the government was trying to reduce the creation of new agencies. To my memory, this whole discussion started more than 10 years ago. And now we are trying to talk about witness protection in line with organized crime. But I want to tell you that this problem has been there even before organized crime became a problem. If we are talking about cases which we lost because witnesses were either disappeared or they were compromised, we cannot end. So my comment here is the government interested in supporting criminal justice? If this simple thing of witness protection can take all those years, we may find so many programs and activities, but are we going to succeed in any way? We have seen so many laws being churned out. Why is this particular law taking so long? And I want also to add my voice to Posse that the discussion that you're talking about is unnecessary, because it is clear that we need witness protection yesterday. And whose witness are they? They are state witnesses, and we are the state. And we are the ones who initiated the discussion, the ODPP. So that discussion is unnecessary. Make the law and say that the ODPP will protect its witnesses using the law that you've given us. We already have a department. Mr. Charles Kamuli is there and his team. So what else are you looking for? You want them to take them to the judiciary, to police, where?
Okay.
We already have a starting point. If we have been able to work without a law, without a policy and a budget, how much more when you give us that law, give us a budget and all the tools, see if we shall not deliver. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is interesting that Mr. Baguma was asking Geraldine that what is the government, whether the government is interested, and yet he is the government. Yeah, all right, Tazan.
So my name is Tazan Peter, fourth year law student from Makerere University Law School. My comment, I would like to address it to Ms. Kubu in regards to reform and actually the actual enactment of the law regarding witness protection. We're having guidelines currently, but I would like to bring us to remembrance what happened during the COVID time, because during the COVID season, so many things were reformed. So many laws were put to a halt, but still the criminal justice system was going on. So many things were put in place to make the criminal justice system go forward. So my question is, in line with witness protection, that is the physical witnesses that we are looking at. What about looking at securing the evidence itself? For instance, we don't put our efforts on the witnesses physically. We look for ways of securing evidence from them. Maybe store it in a bank, but just put proper procedures of securing it. There is what we call data banks. Or look at proper procedures of storing this evidence so that we can counter these guys who come physically against the witnesses in various ways. We put ways that the people who are actually prosecuting these cases, or the high-end officers, take those positions of the process, the computerized process of securing this evidence. We keep it somewhere. Remember, I know in court, this is not conclusive because the criminal justice system requires you to bring so much pieces together to prove beyond reasonable doubt. But you remember in the case of, for instance, of Ntambala versus Uganda, where we had challenges of the corroboration of sexual evidence of sexual witnesses, especially for the women. It was a bit static that every evidence concerning given by a lady should be corroborated, and it was literally in law. But after that case, something was defined by the judiciary defined that path. Okay. So we find that there is an adjustment can be made. So as COVID showed us something, I was suggesting to Ms. Yakubu that we should not only look at the physical protection and securing of the witnesses, but we can look at the witness itself, store it in banks, and put some back clause in the laws that as sexual evidence is considered within a special position in court, this evidence also should be given special consideration in case the witness cannot be found. So if these guys who come after the witnesses realize...
Tazan, you've made the point. You've made the point. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Let us get some feedback from Geraldine, from Afande, and from Charles.
Thank you, Daniel, and I'd like to thank the members of the audience for your questions and comments. Prosi, I know you. I will not deny you here or in any other forum. With regard to your question about why we are having the discussion of where to house a witness protection program, you'll realize, most of us here know that witness protection, yes, witnesses are very instrumental to the prosecution. However, protection of witnesses starts way before engagement with the prosecution, with the investigation. Then there's also protection during trial, and then where the case necessitates, there should be protection after a trial. So putting protection of witnesses within the Office of Prosecution may not necessarily solve our problem, because what do we do about protection of witnesses who have finished testifying? We have to look at that as well. Then the issues that came up during the study included the issue of balancing the rights, because you must remember that witness protection will not be only for prosecution witnesses, but open to defense witnesses that require protection. So that also kind of deems the role of the prosecution office in protection of witnesses, especially when it's a defense witness. The commission made recommendations for different administrative measures that can be put in place within all the different agencies, the criminal justice agencies, within police or DPP. And we are happy that the different institutions already have measures in place that they are implementing, even without the law in place. So there are those measures that are being implemented. The DPP has a unit, the police has a unit. So we have already seen, we've already moved from where we were at the start of the study. So these administrative measures are already in place in these different agencies. And regarding the question on the government's interest in supporting criminal justice systems, and the delay in passing of witness protection legislation. Coming from law reform, I can tell you that we've had legislative proposals on the shelves of different ministries, even from before the commission was established. We have bills that have been on the shelves for over 50 years. Then specifically with regard to witness protection legislation, we know and we have to appreciate the fact that provision of witness protection, especially the high-end protection, which requires, say, relocation, changing a person's face, things like that, they are very cost-intensive as well as labor-intensive. And the government must identify clearly. We have to identify before the bill is even discussed what kind of resources will be required and where those resources will be coming from. So I am certain that it is in the government's interest, the government being us, to have this law in place. But we can't have the law in place if we haven't properly figured out what we need, what it's going to cost, and where those resources are going to be coming from. So let us continue to work towards getting this law passed as soon as possible. But I believe that it is in the government's interest to have this law in place.
Okay, thank you, Geraldine. Afande David, as you come in, I would like to prepare Dr. Goddard Businje. Dr. Goddard, I hope you are listening in. You have a lot of experience with the courts martial. You've also been handling witnesses. What has been your experience of operating without the law? And yet you have a record of prosecutors and convictions. And I ask because these days the courts martial even pick from people who would ideally be civilians. So I would like you to make a comment, if you don't mind, on that matter. Get ready, I'm coming. This is, yes, give you some notice ahead of, yes, Afande David.
Well, thank you. I think there was no direct questions to me, but I just want to make an assertion on the comment by the lady on the question that was asked earlier. Yes, which is true. Actually, the law, if we have a legal regime in place, mechanisms are there, should be provided for such scenarios when, for example, like you say, a protector becomes the perpetuator. Because even the UNODC Witness Protection Manual, I think, gives an allowance for the witness to raise a complaint, but also the UN Convention on Human Rights, or on against torture and inhuman treatment is very clear, because that torture is now becomes it now becomes psychological torture. So there must be a framework within the legal regime that protects it. But the challenge is when we don't have a legal regime in place. But I concur with you that there must be. It is a criminal. I mean, it's a crime within crime. So it must be taken up whatsoever, like she asserts. Thank you.
Yes, pardon? You have a question to answer, yes. Go ahead. That will be enough notice for Goddard.
Thank you. I have one question from Julius on use of camouflage in the court where a judge overruled your application. The legal framework is ICD rules. Look at Rule 36, Sub-Rule 9. It provides for use of camouflage. But I also want to advise you administratively, do not ambush judges with applications. If you know that you're going to apply for protection, a protective measure in court, and maybe use of camouflage, communicate to the judge through the registrar and seek a meeting so that the judge is informed about the application you are intending to make. The judge is informed, is aware, so that when the application comes up, the judge is not ambushed. Please make use of that. I have that experience in Koyolo's case. We've been using camouflage. But what we do, we usually engage the judges through the registrar. We hold a meeting with both the defense team, and we explain the reasons why we want to use camouflage. Maybe the witness is coming from the same community with their accused. And where you have time, like a prosecutor in your station, if possible, you can also prepare an affidavit from the investigating officer to justify some of your applications. So sometimes it's also a question of engagement of the judges. Don't ambush judges. When you ambush judges, you won't get what you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have another round of questions to respond to. Please give the microphone to Afande there. I know he always has a word in season.
Thank you, moderator. I'm here representing my CDF, General Wilson Imbas from Badi, but substantively, I'm the Chief of Legal Services in the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and the UPDF. Me and Dan, we have a long way because I'm a professor of law and we've been at some institution together. But in the military, I've also worked as a judge of the Court Martial Appeal Court for over 10 years before going to administration. And when we talk about witness protection, I think we need to know that we already have the framework in place, because witness protection is a human rights-based approach. And we have the Constitution with its Bill of Human Rights. As the UPDF, we budget for witness protection, we get the funds, and we protect our witnesses using the funds budgeted for in our each financial year. And I think that maybe I should also protect Joan because she was unfairly attacked. Yes, you can't say that the DPP will be the host for witness protection for the whole country. This is multi-sectoral. I supervise courts martials. We handle so many cases. We have so many witnesses, and some of the cases we handle are as bad as those handled by the DPP in terms of the security of the witnesses. And we don't, the DPP has no jurisdiction to prosecute before the courts martials. So if you give the DPP as the sole institution, we shall get into a problem of how to manage that, maybe if there's a fund or other resources. And also to be clear that such institutions do not need to depend on donor funds or not to be institutionalized as programs. Having been a multi-sector person, I've had close working relations with the NEMA, National Environment Management Authority. It has failed to coordinate with lead agencies. Because lead agencies are the experts. So if you're going to have an overarching institution placed in one organ of the state, to me it will not work. Doctor, you talked about civilian. Well, I don't know what you insinuated, but the law is very clear. A civilian who wants to be a civilian should not be a civilian today and tomorrow becomes a military person. So if you are a dual person, then we shall take you where you belong most. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Afande Businje. While we were having these heated conversations, we were joined by Justice of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Justice Mr. Mike Chibita. Justice Mike, you're most welcome. We are very happy to have you join us here. Any other questions from the plenary? Submissions or clarifications? This is where you come in. Yes. Just give us your first name, please, so that the panelists also get to know you.
Thank you so much, the panel. My name is Vasari Wachigenyi, the Deputy National Coordinator, Prevention of Trafficking in Persons. Mine is just a comment or an addition to what has already been said. In my opinion, I think witness protection is best housed in Ministry of Internal Affairs. Why? Because in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, there are quite a number of stakeholders. For instance, immigration, Uganda Police, prison services, and just to refer to the words of UNODC Director Neil, it only takes a network to break a network. So if you have this housed in internal affairs, for instance, where you may have witnesses to take bilaterally, say to Kenya, there are different agencies in internal affairs that work well at the borders, that will do well. And maybe to also refer to how we now protect our judges and prosecutors with the different security agencies. So if at all the judges need that kind of protection, then in my opinion also the witnesses could need similar protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a question here that has been written down, and I'm going to read it for my panelists. But before I do, lest I am struck off the role of advocates, allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable the Chief Justice. You're most welcome, the Honorable the Chief Justice. We are very happy to have you. We also, let me also concede that the Honorable the Chief Justice and Justice Mike are from King's College, Budo. There is a running battle between Budo and the great Busoga College, Mwiri. We concede that that table is occupied by the Budonians for now. The CJs from Nabumali. Okay, we shall talk about that. Yeah, but that's good. I can hear some laughter, which means that people are attentive. We also want to recognize the presence of the Director CID, AIGP, Tom Magambo. You are most welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. So the question that has been written is, the law states that witnesses are competent and compellable. Indeed, some witnesses are compelled to testify. Isn't this aspect of the law an affront to witness protection? I think, Charles, you will answer that one. Prepare yourself. Yes, there was a hand. Oh, it's Procy again. Okay. Anyone else? Or that's it? Okay. Oh, yeah, there's another hand there. All right. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question arises from the submission.
Your first name, please.
My name is George Bigira. And the question arises from the submission of Geraldine. When she was talking previously, she mentioned voice as methods of protecting the witness. She talked of voice distortion, recorded audios, face camouflage, and the witness testifying behind curtains. So the question goes to you, as a constitutional law expert, what effect does it have on the rights of the accused person in light of the doctrine of fair hearing? Because I think this one denies the accused the ability to see the witness in court, to see, for court to also examine the demeanor of the witness. How does it affect the accused person without a legal framework? Thank you.
Just to be clear, is the question addressed to the moderator or to
you, the chairman? I'm seeking for your opinion as a constitutional expert. Thank you.
Wow. This is the first time a moderator is being asked to answer a question. But Charles has volunteered to say something. I'll also chip in. Yes. There is a lady.
Thank you, Chair.
After that, we shall cross over to this other side. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. When I proposed, or when I stated factually that witness protection, be it a program, be it a department, should belong to the ODPP, I want to rebound and give a justification why. I am not saying that ODPP should work alone in doing this work, but I am saying I'm looking forward to see which institution can house witness protection, and we will have it succeed. Who is most likely to be interested in making sure that witnesses are protected and brought to court? If I'm a police officer at police, I investigate my case, I take down the statements, and I forward to the DPP, and the prosecutor at DPP's office sanctions the file. That's a mark for me as a police officer. I have produced good evidence. But when a matter comes to court and a prosecutor is proceeding, if a witness does not come, we lose the case. If a witness testifies and maybe breaks down in the middle or fails to testify by looking at the person that did wrong against them, the prosecutor will lose the case. In weighing results, and in so doing when they are analyzing performance, a prosecutor's performance is weighed against conviction. But a police officer's performance is weighed against sanctioning. If I sanction a file, the police officer has earned, but a prosecutor will lose a mark if you actually lose a case in court. Sometimes a supervisor will call you. What happened? You just know when you sit to fill in your forms, they will say, remember that case, you carelessly lost it. And when you go to prisons, if the prison officer keeps a prisoner and they do not escape, they have completely succeeded. Whether the prosecutor has not retained them in prison or not, they have succeeded. They kept him until court released him, or kept her until court released her. So when we look at this analysis, we are looking for a home for witness protection. Who will most likely make sure that this program succeeds? Certainly the person who is looking for a conviction. At all times, sometimes as prosecutors, I used to do it when I was at Uganda Road. Beyond the investigating officer, I must get in touch with my witnesses. I just can't afford losing a case in court. You are a lawyer, you know how shabby it can feel in court when you're losing, when you actually know at the back of your mind that you could have won.
Okay, thank you very
And so,
much.
given those thinkings, and let nobody quote me that I'm saying, let only ODPP house the protection. But
Okay.
even the police cannot run away with my witness and take him to Malaba before I authorize as a prosecutor. I
Thank
must
you, Prosi.
know at all times
We've got
where
the
my
argument.
witness
Yes.
is. And therefore, please, bring the raw material at home.
Thank you,
Make no
Prosi.
mistake. It will only succeed if you house it under ODPP.
Thank you, Prosi.
History
Thank you,
will
Prosi.
judge
We've got the argument that you've made. Yes, on this other side, there were two hands, a lady and a gentleman, and then we shall respond to them.
Thank you, our panelists. Peace is my name, a Chief State Attorney with the ODPP. I have a concern about our witnesses in prisons who are accused persons. You find a case where people are charged more than one, and one of them comes to you, especially if you go there for plea bargain. He tells you, you see, I want to admit and also be your witness, but my life is in danger if my colleagues know. Most times we get challenged. You talk to OC, he tells you, we shall see if we can transfer. But you know, prisons and their procedures are different. So my question to Mr. Kamuli, is there a way you can get in touch with prisons, and whenever we get such issues, maybe we get to you and they are swiftly worked on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one other gentleman, then the panelists will respond.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm Patrick Mukozi. I'm a senior state prosecutor with the ODPP. When actually various speakers and contributors have been talking about witness protection.
Sorry, please hold the microphone so that...
Yes, they were talking about witness protection. We are here in remembrance or commemorating, to attend the 6th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. I've been thinking a lot. We are looking at a witness, but there is also the keeper of the witness. There are also other players. And I also had a question, but who should identify? Whose duty is it? Who is safe? What should we do? A case in point, it was one fine morning, Ugandans and the Law Fraternity woke up to the sad news of the brutal murder of late Bosa Kiyingi, who was a legal guru, a legal writer, an editor. There was a clue. She was allegedly brutally murdered by a UPDF soldier who had been hired from his unit from the north. Her brains were found sprayed in the road just towards his house. The sight was horrible. During the trial of the suspect or the accused person, this soldier had made a confession how he was hired and how he murdered the late Bosa Kiyingi. Robina Kiyingi. Yes, Robina Kiyingi, thanks for the correction. She was there, no one knew. No one was caring. The witness was found died under suspicious circumstances of suspected poisoning. As that was still enough,
failure to cross-examine a witness, but rather use of video link and camouflage as protective measures, and as to whether these are not shifting away the identity of the witness from the accused, thereby undermining a fair trial. Now, the use of video link evidence has a legal framework which I implore you to read about. The video evidence rules, they detail the procedures through which the process is used. You must make an application, you must serve defense counsel. And before a witness is put through a video link, you go through a session of viewing of a witness in the judge's chambers. The accused may not see the witness, but counsel for the accused view the witness, so that when the witness is put in the video link, counsel for the accused has seen the video link. The same thing happens to be applicable to use of camouflage as a protective measure. Camouflage is catered for under Rule 36, sub-rule 9 of the ICD rules. Again, before you put a witness under camouflage, you must engage the trial judge or trial panel through the registrar and have the witness viewed by the defense team in the judge's chambers to see the face of the witness. It's only the suspect who does not see the witness. So these measures are all perfect. The only challenge is how they are executed, which you can read about or maybe reach the witness protection department, we can explain. Daniel, there was the question of a prisoner being a witness and that prisoner has no protection. I feel that's an administrative matter which the Commissioner General of Prisons can handle. We have so many prisons in the country. You as a state attorney, be innovative. Write to the Commissioner General of Police and make these proposals. We have so many prisons in Uganda. I am sure that after testimony, a prisoner can be shifted from one prison to another to ensure that that prisoner is safe. There was also the question, Daniel, of a competent and a comparable witness as to whether this provision overrides the witness protection procedures. It doesn't. This is a provision of the law, and it works in special circumstances. And in any case, we are prosecutors. We are not supposed to question the constitutionality of the laws. So these laws are lawful, and until they are amended, your duty as a prosecutor is to enforce the law, but not to question whether these laws are fair or not. Thank you.
There I may have a contrary opinion, because you as prosecutors are also court officials. Yes. If you feel that something is wrong, don't you want to improve it? You know, after all, at the end of the day, all you want is justice, not necessarily 90% conviction rate.
Daniel, there's no way prosecutor can improve the law. If you agree with the law, you have to talk to your member of parliament to make a proposal in parliament. But as a prosecutor, how can you make a law better other than amendment?
Okay. Geraldine.
I'll probably just add that to what Charles has said, the issue of compellability. When it comes to witness protection, we have to be alive to the fact that the spirit behind protection of witnesses goes together with voluntariness and consent. You cannot seek to provide protection to a witness or for a witness who has not consented to that consent. So the issue of compellability or not shouldn't really be something consent of that witness.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just as David comes in, I could also add that in any criminal trial, the judge has the final say, at least in Uganda. I remember the common adage that the judge is the expert of all experts. As to whether you agree or not, we can debate. But really, it's about, in case you feel as a prosecutor that your client or that your witness is facing imminent danger, and you apply for the kind of protective measures that we are talking about, camouflage and others, you state your case. I'm sure the defense will be able to make a response, and the judge will be able to make a decision in that case. So at the end of the day, you are balancing both interests. The prosecution has made the case that we have a challenge here. The defense may agree, and if they don't agree, they also will make a response, and then the judge will ensure that there is no miscarriage of justice with whatever decision is made in that regard. That would be my response to you. But as David comes in, allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable, the Attorney General. You are most welcome, Honorable Kiryowa Kiwanuka. In your absence, I was complaining that that desk is being occupied by only Budonians, but I allowed for now. But you're most welcome. Thank you for joining this very important conversation. I'm about to ask the Honorable DPP to sit the other side and balance the boat, but that's not in my forte. David has a response to some of the issues that have been raised.
I'll just make a comment or respond on what Patrick raised. Basically, that is clear demonstration of organized crime. When you look at the history of witness protection, how it started, for example, in the US, they were fighting by that time what they called the mafia-style crimes, and their principle was on intimidation, killing everybody that would cooperate with law enforcement and things like that. That's when the government in the early 70s came up with a witness security program, which was later amended into an act, a Witness Security Reform Act. But that is exactly how it started. So what you are demonstrating shows how organized crime manifests, and then the need the very need for the discussion here, for us to have a legal regime in place. There must be mechanisms of, you know, in the manual, for example, of the UNODC on witness protection, it clearly states, classifies the witnesses. Yes, there is a cooperating witness or a state witness for a case, then the victim witness, but they talk of others. So others include, yes, for example, bystanders who were there when the crime was being committed, judges, you know, investigators, and everybody. But it can be done on a case-by-case scenario. That's why all through this process, intelligence must remain informing process. If it is identified that there is need to expand the spectrum of protection, it must be done immediately. So the framework in place must cater for all that. Anybody can be in danger by virtue of whatever connection it is to the crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interestingly, I would like to hear some experiences for those who have handled these matters before us. And I'll use my prerogative as chair and ask kindly that whoever I ask to say something, you will forgive me and treat me as a son. I would like to find out from one of our very senior lawyers present. He's been listening in carefully, and he was also DPP in his own right. I would like to kindly ask Mr. Peter Kagezi. You've, of course, not heard about these issues for the first time. You have experience in this area. Could you just share some experiences of the things you encountered while you held this office and how you handled witness protection at the time that you were the captain of this boat? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the ambush. When I was a prosecutor, and I prosecuted for 17 years, both in this country and in another country. And I also headed prosecutions in those two countries. At that time, both as a prosecutor and as a DPP, it's quite a long time ago now, the biggest problem was not so much protecting the witnesses. The biggest problem was protecting the evidence. In a way, when you protect evidence, you're protecting the witnesses. But here we are focusing on the dangers to the individual witness, as opposed to collaboration between interested parties and witnesses. That I suppose even happens today. I haven't had much comment on the protection of evidence itself. But I suppose that's another angle from protecting the willing individual who wants to testify but is scared. But what about where witnesses quite often are targeted, not so much to cause them harm, but to compromise the evidence? And we got a lot of that in my days as a prosecutor, and it can be quite a problem. Well, these days, things are so complex. But the basic requirements remain the same. A prosecutor must prove his or her case beyond reasonable doubt. And you need evidence. But when your witnesses are compromised, you have a problem. Maybe the discussants can talk about a little comment on protection of evidence as opposed to protection of the witnesses themselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Kabatsi, for sharing that experience with us. I don't know why the MC has taken the microphone away, and yet I had made a special case. David, please hand over the microphone kindly. You can kneel down if you want to the Chief Justice Emeritus to share, because he has a wealth of knowledge, and this would be a good opportunity for us to hear what was the case first as a judge and climbing up the ranks. What happened when you were faced with these unique cases of witness protection or protection of evidence, Your Lordship?
Thank you, moderator. It's a long time since I ever stood on the other side of the bar. When I was a prosecutor, it's nearly over, is this nearing 40 years almost? Anyway, I want to say that the constitutional issue which I have identified here is, in my view, was the need to ensure that the fair trial does not belong to the accused, but even to the prosecutor and the state. That the right to fair trial is guaranteed in all what we are doing. I think we have crossed that. There's now general acceptance that these new reforms are necessary to guarantee a fair trial. Because if the witnesses, or for that matter, even the investigators are eliminated, you cannot have a fair trial. So we have passed that constitutional hurdle. I think it's generally accepted that it will help to enforce a fair trial. The mechanisms are the issues. What are the mechanisms to ensure that witnesses, and as somebody said, all other stakeholders or players in the system are protected? During my time, we had a lot of issues with investigators being eliminated, lawyers being eliminated, and this is the past now. You know, I'm talking about my experience when I was DPP. I know of a case where an advocate was eliminated for defending a suspect, and so forth. So I think that the issue of witness protection is important. The issues that I've raised regarding the locus is also important. The issues of financial implications is important. And during my experience, I've seen that issues of funding programs, especially new programs, is very complicated. And you must be able to convince the powers that be that that program can be funded. I will not even talk about the locus. We had an issue when we established JELOS. Where should the locus be? Even judge centers. I did not have any problem with that, but there were people fighting for where the locus should go. But we decided that issue, where the locus of JELOS is, and where the locus of judge centers. Others said, no, we don't want that. We don't have that. So anyway, I think there has to be really an understanding that we need an effective system. Not necessarily where somebody is going to benefit more than the other. We established JELOS to ensure that we have coordination, communication, and cooperation. And that is my approach to all these systems. I think that once those issues are solved, we should be able to have this facility. Because during our time, organized crime was not so organized. We had this petty crime, not petty, but now crime is a bit more complicated, and we try to establish mechanisms of ensuring that our prosecutors are conversant with these new schemes. I'm happy that UNDOC is here. We have had cooperation with them for a long time, and other institutions who are able to help in strengthening our justice system. So basically, I think that we need to move forward. I don't say I'm not in the government, but I will say that I think there's priority. It's a priority program, and we should start. We don't have to start big. We can start small. That's what I used to say. And there are programs which don't need, you don't need a lot of money to start, but we need to start and at least ensure that because of these new crimes, organized crimes, during our time there was no trafficking in human persons and so forth. Of course, we used to have a lot of fraud and so on, but now you have some of these new things where you need to. I do remember that in one case which I don't want to mention, when I was Chief Justice, there was one witness, I think it was a lady, who gave evidence, and I think they tried to protect her. I don't know what they were pressing her against, but I do remember, I think you can remember that case, maybe you know it, where a lady, I think a gentleman was accused, but the lady was supposed to protect. I don't know how they protected her, and I don't know who protected her. I believe it could have been the police or the prosecution, because I was there in the judiciary, so I don't know. But there has been an attempt to do these things the way we know, by the institution themselves taking advantage of this. We used to have an issue of who should pay witnesses allowances. I don't know what it is now, whether it is the judiciary or the prosecutor or the police, but it was solved. I think there's an institution which pays witnesses. But so all these things can be solved. But there has to be a meeting of the mind. There has to be a meeting of the mind. It must be give and take so that we can put in place these reforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. I would like to ask our keynote presenter, Mr. Neil Walsh. You've made a good case for witness protection. You've heard what used to happen in Uganda pre the situation right now. And there are still some brutal facts. Uganda is still developing. Our economy is not first world, and yet witness protection is a very expensive affair. In those circumstances, what advice would you give the Office of the DPP and its sister agencies on how to do witness protection in spite of a law and in spite of a huge economic basket? Yes. Could we kindly give our keynote? Oh yeah, great.
I've got it. Thank you. I was hiding it. Thanks for the question, and it's really fascinating to listen to the questions and the answers, which brings me back a few years to doing this. I guess the thing that jumps out at me in listening to some of the submissions in the room today, my view, and I wouldn't seek to give advice, I can just give experience and things that I've got wrong and things that I think went right, was the sole focus of the person charged with protecting the witness is to protect the witness. And it's having that independence, that their sole thing is to get that person from A to B and to keep them safe, to present them in front of the court or whatever it is that needs to be done. And that can be a very expensive thing to do, or it may not be. And it comes back to the premise of what is the risk and having a really good risk assessment against the person and their families. And I was whispering to Sharon earlier that we actually removed the term witness protection and we termed it as protected persons because they weren't all witnesses. It might have been someone who has been convicted but is of such high risk that also needed protection. and that responsibility was taken on independently of the prosecutor, independently of the police case officers as well. And that's why having a dedicated unit made sure that there was nothing that protection unit was concerned about beyond simply keeping the person alive. It wasn't getting the conviction. It wasn't getting the defense witness in place. It was simply looking after their health and safety. And that took the pressure off the prosecutors, it took the pressure off the defendants, it took the pressure off the investigating police officers, because everything sat outside of them. And that was about limiting the need to know as well, who needed to know who that witness actually was, what was their true identity, and that had to be kept very, very tightly held. And all of those things came back into, you could do a lot of this very, very cheaply, because the number of people who need a full relocation internationally with ID change, with all the sort of James Bond stuff is very, very small. And I really like the question of how do you still maintain a fair trial, and the answer I completely agreed with as well. So the economic model can be high, but we did it nationally with a very small number of officers. I would suggest less than 10 managed this for the country, because most of the movements were very small and most of it required minimal intervention. Like I said, it might be moving from one village to another for a small period of time, and on those rare occasions where it is a lifetime, you'll maintain your duty of care for life, but actively doing something with that will hopefully reduce over time. And those ones that you do have to move overseas, that's the really expensive ones, because you are paying everything as you go forward in that space. So I wouldn't be too worried about the economics of it. It can be done, I'm not going to say on a shoestring, but it can be done relatively frugally. But it's where you place that agency or that department, or who owns that problem. And something that the gentleman from the Human Trafficking Unit made me remember is it can't just be one agency involved, because if you need an ID change, then you need someone in the passport service or wherever that lies, or you need someone who can give them a telephone under a fake ID. So you need all of those players who are vetted and working together and are the people with the highest integrity that you can come up against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At least we've been assured that it is possible. And there are some innovative ideas that can be taken on. All right, so my dear panelists, we've heard a lot, you've shared a lot with us. Any closing remarks, and then we can step away.
Yes, very briefly, I wanted to make comment on the protection of witness versus protection of evidence. As we have observed, manifestation of organized crime, which uses concealed mechanisms, and our methods to investigate it, which are the special investigation techniques, like informers, undercover operations, expert witness, all those scientific approaches, the turnover of witnesses. Today, courts give a lot of value to oral submission in court than pre-trial statements and things like that. So when you protect witnesses, you go a long way to protect the entire evidence as well. I'll give a case in point, is the 2010 bombing case in 2016, which the the Honorable Justice, Chief Justice, presided over. The submission by the state witnesses, Mohamed Mugisha and Nsubuga, gave mileage to the success of prosecution of that case. So the manner in which organized crime manifests itself requires some mechanisms to face it, which are those special investigation techniques we are talking about, and hence the best way to adduce such evidence in court is by the witnesses themselves. Imagine an expert who goes to court and say, I did this, or the one who was part of the mission as an undercover officer. It gives a lot of mileage to court. So, in my view, witness protection should be given high priority because it carries that, especially for organized crime, because it carries that huge weight in supporting a successful prosecution. Thank you.
Yes, Geraldine, closing remarks.
Thank you, Daniel. I think we have to commend the different criminal justice agencies for the measures that they have already put in place to provide protection to our witnesses, even as we work towards seeing legislation come to light. Witness protection relies heavily on coordination, good coordination, and cooperation between the different government, the different criminal justice institutions, and we have to work towards ensuring that we continue to have coordination, that the courts are working with the prosecution office, that we are working, the police is working with the prisons, that all the different agencies are working together to provide what witness protection they can within their mandates as institutions. And then also it's important that we get the message of witness protection to the general public, because witness protection must start with us as individuals. And then there are several things that we can do as individuals, but also within our communities to ensure that people who are witnesses or potential witnesses have some modicum of protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles, closing remarks.
Thank you, Doctor. Witness protection is a critical component of administration of justice. This is because witnesses form the foundation of our justice sector. We all know that witnesses are the ears, they are the eyes, and the mouthpiece of justice. At the moment, 80% of the witness protection shelters are being owned and funded by the civil society. The question I'm raising is, why should this critical aspect of justice be left to the civil society? The challenges we're having with the civil society is that they are offering selective protection. I'm not criticizing our partners, but some of our witnesses are not marketable. For example, Willow International. Willow International is offering protection to over 60 witnesses, but they only want witnesses arising from human trafficking cases. We have International Justice Mission. They are helping to offer protection, but they're only protecting witnesses in cases related to land grabbing, widows, and some SGBV cases. Much of the time, I have nobody to take witnesses from cases of murder and robbery, who form a large portion of the witnesses that we have in our office. So my final recommendation is that we should close the gap by legislating so that the government takes over this function to ensure that those who commit crime are brought to book, and we ensure that there's no impunity in our criminal justice sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my panelists, for your insightful comments. I'd like to thank everyone who's asked a question, and to our senior members of the bar and bench who have also shared of their views. I know that when you look at the Global Trends Report 2025, it shows that there are always different factors that are causing us to have different types of crime. And in the study of criminology, when you look at the causes of crime, many crimes are committed for a variety of reasons, be it globalization, poverty, etc. That means that the interventions should always be able to meet the changes, the only constant thing being change. And therefore the ODPP should also have that mindset that a lot of change is happening. We didn't have organized crime as we call it today before. It's now here with us. Who knows what is coming up later on? So I like what Goddard said, a multi-sectoral approach to witness protection, and maybe we need to consider thinking about other institutions that can assist in this view, apart from the non-government organizations. Innovation, innovation, innovation is what I am taking away with me. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure moderating this session. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, our moderator, and the gallant Miriam, Dr. Ronald Rueza, and the panelists. Please, let's give them a round of applause. I believe they have done justice on witness protection and emerging issues and what we need to do for our criminal justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Honorable the Chief Justice, who is in our midst. You're most welcome, my Lord. Would like to welcome the Honorable the Attorney General. You're most welcome. Would like to welcome the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Mike Chibita, and our former director. Would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Justice Vincent Wagona, the resident judge of Fort Portal Circuit, and the Honorable Justice Jane Okuo Kajuga, the judge at the Anti-Corruption Division. All these are our former colleagues here. Honorable the Chief Justice, in our midst we have also your senior and predecessor, the Honorable Chief Justice Emeritus Benjamin Odoki, and on behalf of Chief Justice Emeritus George Japheth Masika, we have Mrs. Ruth Masika, who is also a former Registrar General and served the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for a long time. We have in our midst the Director Criminal Investigations, AIGP Tom Magambo. You're most welcome. And my Lord, we also have in our midst the President of the Uganda Association of Prosecutors, Madam Immaculate Angutoko. We have our President Emeritus, Batson Baguma, and the Vice President for the Uganda Association of Prosecutors, Mr. Mutabule Wycliffe from the Inspectorate of Government. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the Champisi Child Care Ministries. These are child survivors against child sacrifice and also trafficking in children and persons. They have a presentation to highlight their plight and the need for us to take action as actors in the criminal justice system.
Simira muri mundayo tawakuba toyagala nomala okifuna omwana mwagasanya kuba toyagala nomala okifuna simira muri mundayo eso nekyawerede Katonda gabababa eso nekyabwerere baba Katonda yagababange yes Championship Child Care Ministries. Yes, this is the choir entertaining you. Championship Child Care Ministries. We put an end to child sacrifice. Get it.
Thank you, Champisi, Child Care Ministry, for the wonderful presentation. I'll request the police band to give us some music. In the meantime, we'll have a small health break as we wait for our chief guest. I propose we do it now because in a couple of minutes, it should be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the police band. Dear guests, I now invite you all to walk back inside and take your seat as the police band continues playing to entertain us. Our chief guest is just around the corner. Let us leave the entrance for the receiving team, the team of officials that are going to receive the chief guest. The rest of us, please let us come back into the tent and resume our seats. It's coming. So let's wind up with what we are doing and come back and take our seats. The police band, please continue entertaining us as we wait and settle down. Those who are outside, you can take the walk quickly down and then come back. We will continue listening to the police band for a few minutes as we wait for the chief guest to arrive. If you're not in the protocol team, please near the entrance into the tent now. Our chief guest will be arriving anytime. We will leave that place only for the team that is going to receive the president. The rest of us, we should take our seats somewhere, find a comfortable place to sit. The band will continue playing and usher in our chief guest, and then we shall start our program, the second phase of our program, with the anthems after the chief guest, our chief guest has arrived. And so the police band will continue playing until the chief guest arrives, and then we shall resume with the national anthem. Receiving team is moving to position. That should tell us something is happening now. When our chief guest arrives, as a good host, I will expect all of us to stand up to welcome him as he takes his seat, as the police band continues playing. has arrived. I will ask us to rise up to receive him. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to join this family of prosecutors from the office of the DPP and other prosecuting agencies, together with our invited guests. You are most welcome. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, and we are pleased and happy that you are here with us. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. Let us remain standing for the anthem. Thank you very much. We may take our seats. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, Honorable Judges of the High Court, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Chief Justice Emeritus, and former national leaders present with us, chairpersons of constitutional commissions, the Chief of Defense Forces, our keynote speaker for today, the Joan Kagezi family, members of the top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, heads of international organizations with us today, executive directors of agencies, heads of non-governmental organizations here today, members of staff of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, members of the Fourth Estate and the press, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities, you are most welcome today to the 6th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Your Excellency, on behalf of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lino Anguzu. I am an assistant DPP. I will be the MC for this event today, together with Mr. Baxter Bachibinga, who is an assistant, who is a senior state attorney, and Ms. Okui Jackie, who is also a senior state attorney. Your Excellency, you are most welcome to join us this afternoon on the day when we celebrate the life of our colleague, our mother, our friend who was taken away from us in a tragic event. Last year you were with us, Your Excellency, at the Serena Hotel, and no sooner had you left, good tidings started flowing towards the Director of Public Prosecution. And now that we have seen you amidst ourselves, we can only expect better things. Without much ado, I will invite, now it's my pleasure to invite the Director of Public Prosecutions, Justice Jane Abodo, to come and make her remarks. And at the end of her remarks, I request her to invite the Right Honorable Attorney General to invite the Chief Justice. My Lord, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Honorable the Attorney General, the Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court present, Honorable Judges of the High Court present, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Heads of Diplomatic Missions present, Chief Justice Emeritus and former national leaders present, Chairpersons of Constitutional Commissions, Chief of Defense Forces, Inspector General of Police, who is represented by Director CID, keynote speaker, the Joan Kagezi family, members of top management of the office of the DPP and all staff of the ODPP, heads of international organizations, executive directors, heads of non-governmental organizations, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities. Your Excellency, in your absence, we had the keynote speech which was delivered by the regional head of the UNODC. And after that, we had a panel discussion. And the discussion was around the need for witness protection law because of the importance of witnesses in the criminal justice system. Your Excellency, we also agreed that we don't only need to protect the witnesses, there's also need to protect us, the prosecutors, the police, the judicial officers, the defense lawyers, and anyone who has contact with the case. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the 6th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Uganda, UNODC, Champisi Child Care Ministries, Operation Underground Railroad, and the Human Trafficking Institute for their support in making this event a reality. Your Excellency, today we celebrate the life of a prosecutor, a decimated Ugandan, a woman, a mother, who was passionate about justice, who was passionate about our country. Joan Kagezi lost her life to her passion, to her belief in justice, and she lost it to the pursuit of a better country. And she left her family, her children, for what she believed in. She died because she loved Uganda. Your Excellency, this year's commemoration is not only about Joan Kagezi. In reflection, Your Excellency, it is also about you. Yourself, you believed in, is needed and is long overdue. Your Excellency, witnesses are pivotal in the dispensation of justice. Witnesses are the ones that support the police in investigations. Mr. Magambo is there, he knows that very well. The prosecutors move court. Without them, we are powerless. Your Excellency, this year, the memorial lecture crowns our National Symposium of Prosecutors Week. We have been having a symposium for the last 3 days, which is an annual event to enable us as prosecutors take stock of our activities and also offer accountability in line with our constitutional mandate. Your Excellency, this year's event is unique because just like last year, you have once again graced this occasion with your presence. It's my humble prayer, Your Excellency, and I hope that you will always be pleased to grace us with your presence annually and continue this interaction with prosecutors. I want to report at this point that when the new director, CID, Mr. Magambo, took up office about a year ago, Your Excellency, the Joan Kagezi case is one of the high-profile unresolved murders that is set out to work jointly with my office. And this work, Your Excellency, is in progress. Your Excellency, the ODPP is a well-structured institution with a national outlook. From the head office in Kampala to 19 regional offices scattered around the country, and we have about 118 field offices. With your permission, Your Excellency, I would like to take this occasion to request all the prosecutors and administrative staff of the office of the DPP to stand up and wave to you from top management to, yes, Your Excellency, those are the ones. Those are your foot soldiers of justice. Your Excellency, the ODPP became an autonomous office under Article 120 of the 1995 Constitution. I am the third post-1995 DPP. Your Excellency, this year also we thought we could do something that we have not done in a long time. We want to pay special tribute to my predecessors. And I'm so blessed that I have 3 of them present here today, and the others are being represented. Your Excellency, Chief Justice Emeritus George Japheth Masika was a DPP from 1969 to 1972. He headed the Department of Public Prosecutions, which was then under the Office of the Attorney General. Your Excellency, Chief Justice Emeritus is not able to be here today. He is unwell, but his wife, Mrs. Ruth Masika, who is herself a retired Registrar General, is right here to represent Chief Justice Emeritus. Your Excellency, Chief Justice Emeritus Benjamin J. Odoki was the DPP from 1981 to 1984. He was seconded from the judiciary to head the Department of Public Prosecutions. He superintended over major criminal cases which were committed during the Amin regime. Your Excellency, we have Chief Justice Emeritus Benjamin J. Odoki right here with us. Your Excellency, Mr. Peter Kabatsi was a DPP from 1986 to 1990. During his tenure, he embarked on major criminal prosecutions stemming from cases committed during the Obote II regime. He strengthened the committal proceedings process to the High Court. We shall always remember him for that. Your Excellency, Mr. Peter Kabatsi is right here with us. Your Excellency, Mr. Alfred Nasaba was a DPP from 1991 to 1995. He advocated for an independent DPP office during his tenure in office by lobbying the Constituent Assembly, which gave rise to Article 120 of the 1995 Constitution. He established charging standards. He was a founding member for the International Association of Prosecutors. Your Excellency is not able to be here with us because he's unwell, but he sent a representative, a former Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Amos Ngolobe, who is here with us to represent him. Your Excellency, Justice Richard Butera was a DPP from 1995 to 2013. He was the first post-1995 Constitution DPP. Together with his team, he professionalized the office by training, appointing, and mentoring a number of prosecutors. He commenced the construction of field offices. He also commenced computerization in the office of the DPP and specialization, among others. Your Excellency, he was the longest serving DPP. He served for 18 years. He is not able to be here with us. Your Excellency, Justice Mike Chibita was a DPP from September 2013 to December 2019. He is remembered for deepening the ODPP presence and closer supervision of prosecutors through the establishment of 13 regional offices across the country, as well as establishing a number of specialized units for effective handling of cases, in addition to many, many networks that he established for the office. He is also remembered for introducing the Prosecution Case Management Information System in the office of the DPP. Your Excellency, we have Justice Mike Chibita with us. Your Excellency, the office of the DPP will present awards to my predecessors for their fundamental contribution to this office and to the criminal justice system. My request, Your Excellency, is that you be pleased to present them to the recipients. Your Excellency, about the same time last year, you met the prosecutors and you promised to support us. Today, Your Excellency, we come to say thank you. Thank you for keeping your word. Thank you for keeping your promise. I want to report to you that you made a directive for our salaries to be enhanced, and this was done. We want to thank the Ministry of Finance and Public Service in making sure that your directive was implemented. Your Excellency, you also supported us through the Ministry of Finance, and we were able to buy 62 motor vehicles, which will be ready for launching next month. These are supposed to support our work in the field. If it will please you, Your Excellency, to please come and flag off this fleet at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Because this is going to be historic for the office of the DPP. This is the first time that the office is buying those so many cars. Your Excellency, you also promised to support our SACCO, and you did support our SACCO, and we want to say thank you. Your Excellency, you also promised us land to build our own home so that we stop renting and spending a lot of money. We are working on this with support from your office, and we shall be giving you feedback on this. Your Excellency, you also directed that the taxes on salaries of the 300 prosecutors be waived, since we are the only ones in the criminal justice chain who were being taxed, and also to retain and maintain a strong prosecution body. Your Excellency, we want to thank you because the Ministry of Finance, together with Parliament and our dear Attorney General here present, are working on this right now as we speak. And Your Excellency, the prosecutors are hopeful that come 1st July 2023, they'll receive their full salaries without tax deductions. Your Excellency, you have been so good to us, and as an office, we pledge hard work, dedication, and deliver justice to the vulnerable. We are fighting corruption even within our office, and I'm happy to report that ever since the salary announcement, the morale of the prosecutors is very high. Thank you, Your Excellency, for making my work easy. I'm also glad to report that notwithstanding the financial and human resource constraints, Your Excellency, we have been able to achieve on key deliverables in this period of the 3 quarters of the financial year 2020 to 2023. I shall just go very briefly on them. On prosecution and case management progress, Your Excellency, we have registered 115,818 cases, and we are hopeful that by the end of the financial year, we shall hit 300. We have handled cases by way of plea bargain and concluded 3,926 cases by the end of December 2022, together with the judiciary, and this has an effect on fighting case backlog. Your Excellency, we are also very much aware of the fact that there are some cases that we don't plea bargain. They just can't be plea bargained. So for those ones, we don't as an office. Aware that corruption is an electronic crime motivated by profits, prosecution of these cases is done with the view of ensuring that persons convicted of corruption not only get punished, Your Excellency, by way of going to prison, because we know that hardened criminals, they take prison as one of the things that they will actually encounter in life, so they are prepared for it. So as an office, we have said we have to deprive the corrupt the gains, and they lose the right to occupy public office for 10 years for those who are working in the public office on conviction. Your Excellency, we have also recovered Because of the above focus on asset recovery, we have recovered about 20 billion in the financial year 2020-2021. And Your Excellency, we returned this money to the consolidated fund. Your Excellency, on improved service delivery, financial year 2019-2020, we undertook a study to find out public satisfaction towards our services. Your Excellency, the results were pleasing. It was at 75%. This is compared to, we took a study in 2017-2018, it stood at 62. Your Excellency, after that, we actually were pleasantly surprised and honored to receive the 2022 Uganda Responsible Investment Mark of Excellence Award by public opinion for promoting public good following a public survey. Your Excellency, the strategic position of the office of the DPP is that we contribute to NDP 3, which is the objective to improve peace, security, and good governance. In this regard, my office contributes to government efforts to maintain the rule of law, public order, and good governance by providing the necessary conducive environment to facilitate socio-economic development, including increasing access to justice. Your Excellency, the context of the office of the DPP within the judicial system. Your Excellency, when you met us last year, I gave you an analogy of a farmer, the ox plow, the bulls, the chain, and the importance of all the three. The cattle keeper that you are, like myself, you quickly understood it. The criminal justice chain works in coordination. The police CID, the prosecution, the judiciary, the prisons. The center of all this, Your Excellency, is the prosecution. Your Excellency, they direct police to carry out investigations, they process the cases and present the same to court. Your Excellency, yesterday as the Honorable the Attorney General was making his closing remarks at our symposium, he called us the first judges in the criminal justice chain. And I thought to myself, this is so true, because we are actually the ones who make judgment of the cases that police bring. And we judge that this one should go to court, this one should not go, this one is a civil case. So we are the first judges who make judgment before actually the judges, the real judges, make the judgment. The chain, Your Excellency, should not be broken because this would mean the common man suffers. The workload at the office of the DPP. We register more cases than we can handle. By 31st March 2023, we had registered more than 11,595 cases that are now awaiting trial. As indicated, Your Excellency, the reasons for this unhealthy trend is not about ineffectiveness per se, but inadequate capacity and facilitation. We sincerely thank you for giving support to the judiciary. That has enabled them recruit some more staff. However, there are still many places without magistrates and judges, meaning, Your Excellency, the Chief Justice still needs your support in order to fulfill his dream of reaching every sub-county. Sadly, Your Excellency, he cannot be there alone. The prosecutor and the state attorneys from the Attorney General's chambers must be there. Your Excellency, the above expansion of the judiciary has put an enormous strain on my office because we lack the numbers. We last recruited in 2015. We are very thin on the ground, Your Excellency. I need more boots on the ground for soldiers of justice to deliver the justice to the people of Uganda. The ODPP has no office presence, Your Excellency, as I speak, in 54 districts. This is very scary. This translates to 60% of national coverage. Due to acute understaffing, I have not deployed a full-time prosecutor in the sub-courts. As we speak, we are not in 101 courts. So the magistrates in those courts are mostly handling civil cases. Your Excellency, I have about 300 state attorneys and state prosecutors against an approved structure of 862, which means I have only 40%. So there is acute understaffing of prosecutors and a high workload. We have more magistrates, prosecutors. Ideally, Your Excellency, we should be having more prosecutors so that we have others staying in office to attend to members of the public, others to receive files from police for people who are in custody to appear within the 48 hours. But the picture on the ground right now, Your Excellency, is that like cases in Mbarara, I have 4 state attorneys there against 8 judicial officers. So, Your Excellency, this has to be addressed. Your Excellency, this means that each prosecutor actually handles 40 cases in a day, as against the several defense lawyers for the same number of cases. The same prosecutor is also required to peruse at least 5 files, reading 5 files a day. Prosecutors are also required to attend to members of the public, like I said, prepare committal papers, offer legal guidance, summon and interview witnesses, and attend to other related official responsibilities in their areas of jurisdiction. It is very clear with the scenario, the ODPP can hardly have the required level of efficiency, Your Excellency, and effectiveness. When it comes to specialized departments, like the anti-corruption department, like the land crimes, like the international crimes department, which was headed by Joan Kagezi, the work is only voluminous. It involves huge volumes of paperwork, but is also extremely complex, and oftentimes staff have suffered a burnout. Apart from the staffing gap for prosecutors, there is also an acute staffing gap of support staff, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the DPP requires support to build capacity to effectively handle serious cases that affect the citizens. These serious cases, Your Excellency, are cases of murder, cases of terrorism, and I also want to report to you, Your Excellency, that after our meeting last year, you guided that murder is an offense that we should be able to really get and make some kind of focus on it. We decided that we created a division that was only to deal with murder cases. And Your Excellency, that division is being headed, I should be having about 10 people in that division, but I have only 1 person as we speak now. So we have cases of terrorism as well, Your Excellency. We have cases of sexual gender-based violence, cases of children who come into contact with the law. We have children of survivors of child sacrifice. You missed their performance. They have been performing for us here in the morning, Your Excellency. And of course, we have human trafficking cases. Lately, we are dealing with cases relating to alleged misappropriation of iron sheets meant for the Karamoja region. We are working closely with the Director CID to ensure that all the culprits are brought to book. Your Excellency, we have other operational challenges, like despite the magnitude of our mandate, many of our priority areas have remained largely unfunded and underfunded. This has continued to hinder the fulfillment of our constitutional mandate, which is also in line with your presidential manifesto priority, Your Excellency, ensuring justice and equity. Security needs for the office. Given the sensitivity of the work that we do and the emerging threats, security for officers and property is very key. This has, however, remained underfunded. Currently, we are only operating at a budget of 900 million to cater for the above item. Recently, Your Excellency, our OIMA office was set ablaze just immediately after Christmas. The assailants collected together files and computers and set it ablaze. Therefore, our security budget needs to be looked into so that we can secure the security of officers and property. Your Excellency, with your leadership, which has had a strong commitment to the rule of law, strengthening the ODPP greatly contributes to improving criminal justice in the country. I would like to register our appreciation once again. We have been so happy since last year on behalf of the prosecutors for your great support for the office of the DPP. We are forever grateful for your fatherly intervention in this. Top priority, Your Excellency, as I come to an end. Your Excellency, I've listed a number of ODPP financial challenges, which include need for a witness protection law, resources for security, and the need for more numbers. I am aware of the many competing demands against the limited national resource envelope. If you ask me to stick to only one request today, that you cause Section 21 of the Income Tax Act to be amended to add your prosecutors among the criminal justice actors on those exempted from income tax. This, Your Excellency, will go a long way in creating a level ground among the criminal justice actors in Uganda. Your Excellency, these your prosecutors are ready and willing to cause improvements in delivering our mandate. They are overworked. They have endured in service in remote parts of our country. Your Excellency, we have prosecutors here who have served for over 35 years. And the least prosecutor here has served for 11 years. They have done so with even delayed promotions in their career path, with less pay for many years. I trust that your visit today will leave them elated and deeply inspired. The office of the DPP is always appreciative of your unwavering support and for gracing this occasion today. We remain steadfast to making the necessary improvements in delivering our mandate. May God bless you for us, Your Excellency. I say all this for God and my country. Your Excellency, thank you for listening to me. As an office, Your Excellency, we want to say thank you. We brought you a small gift, a plaque, just to say thank you for your support to the office of the DPP. Oh, and then the keynote speaker. Your Excellency, we also had Mr. Neil Walsh. He was the keynote speaker who spoke to us about the importance of, he's right there, he's the regional in charge of the UNODC regionally. And he spoke to us about the importance of a witness protection law. But as he went ahead speaking about it, I realized that maybe we are not yet ready for it, because he told us how it is. So we have to change location of people, we have to, and even us as prosecutors and investigators, we have to be ready to take it up and almost take the stress of changing these witnesses. But he was on point, and we have also brought him a present to thank him for coming all the way to actually give the keynote. And we have a present for him. Your Excellency, if you could give it to him. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. May I now invite the Attorney General, Mr. Chiriowa Chiwanuka, to please come here, give a few remarks, and then invite the Honorable the Chief Justice. In case you want the protocol.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal present here, the Honorable Director of Public Prosecution, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and Heads of Diplomatic Missions present, distinguished dignitaries in your respective capacities, allow me to adopt the protocol so ably set out by my sister, the DPP. Your Excellency, the President, my task here was simple. It was to invite the Chief Justice to speak to us. But before I do that, Your Excellency, I would also like to add my voice to that of the DPP to thank you for the support that you have given the prosecutors here present and also the state attorneys in my office. We thank you always for the support that you give us. We know the competing needs within our limited resources, but we sincerely appreciate. The AG's chambers, again, the state attorneys, thank you very much. I'll take this opportunity to do that because we don't have a special day for the state attorneys and the attorney general's chambers, but I have noticed that I need to think outside the box and arrange a day like this one because these people tend to get a few things when they have such events. Your Excellency, I did speak to the prosecutors yesterday, like the DPP said, at the close of their second annual symposium, where I highlighted the unique role that state prosecutors play. In our justice system, a state prosecutor in the criminal justice system represents the state, represents the people because in prosecuting the accused, is taking care of the interests of society, but also represents the accused who is part of society and also represents the court. So they have a very special and unique position in society. I will not repeat everything that I said yesterday, but Your Excellency, I did highlight the important role that they play and the need for them to exercise extreme diligence in the decisions that they make and make sure that there is no corruption, both actual or even perceived. Your Excellency, I do not have much experience in criminal law myself. The only case that I managed to defend was in LDC. And Your Excellency, this is just Kagezi. When we were doing LDC, they gave us a case, and I was supposed to be the defense attorney, and my client had been accused of murder. Of all the defenses that were given to us, we couldn't find them, and my partner in that case was Justice General Kuo. So we thought very hard on how we can defend. So when the day of the trial came, we walked into the court with a person whom we called the deceased and said, no, you can't charge our client with murder because the deceased is here. Obviously, it took the court by surprise. The moot aborted, and that was the last I tried of criminal justice. But these people are doing a very good job, Your Excellency, and we really sincerely appreciate everything you do for us. So without much ado, Your Excellency, let me take this singular honor to invite the Honorable the Chief Justice to speak to us, and thereafter he will invite you to speak to your people. I thank you all.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Attorney General, the Honorable Justice of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Director of Public Prosecutions, judges of the High Court, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors and heads of diplomatic missions, Chief Justice Benjamin Odoke, chairpersons of constitutional commissions, Chief of Defense Forces, our keynote speaker for today, the family of Joan Kagezi, members of top management of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, heads of international organizations, executive directors, heads of non-governmental organizations, distinguished dignitaries, and all other respective persons in attendance. Your Excellency, Joan Kagezi was murdered when she was leading the prosecution of the Kampala bombings before me. I was the trial judge. And we had gone halfway, I think about close to 40 witnesses at the time she was murdered. We were all profoundly traumatized. I remember when the Director of Public Prosecutions then, now Justice of the Supreme Court, Mike Chibita, came to introduce the new lead prosecutor. He wept in court, and it was a very difficult moment for the trial judge. Who had to hide and suppress his emotions. When I was summing up to the assessors at the end of submissions after the conclusion of the witnesses' evidence, I recall I said this: let the killer's murder of Joan Kagezi not influence your decision in the trial that we are conducting. If the police come up tomorrow and say we have evidence that these people who are being tried are the ones behind the killing of the lead prosecutor, that is for another trial. It should not in any way influence our decision in this trial. Whoever is responsible would have to undergo a trial in accordance with the law. So many years after that murder, we've not had anything. I was thus glad to hear today the DPP say the matter is being given special consideration, and it is our prayer that the perpetrator of this evil are brought to book, given a trial and a decision made by a court. Two, I would like to thank you by that adding my voice to the Director of Public Prosecution. The matters she has thanked you for, I think I would do it better than her. She may not know that in the recent years, Your Excellency, you've given more and special attention to the justice system and justice institutions in this country. And the Directorate of Public Prosecution is just one cog in that wheel, the justice wheel. Those of us who find ourselves participants and those of us who find ourselves heads of justice institutions speak on behalf of the hundreds and thousands. And indeed, we speak on behalf of the people of Uganda who are beginning to see a difference in the working of the justice system. And this is directly attributable to you, where in the midst of competing demands for the little that we have in our basket, you've gone the extra mile, you've bent backwards to ensure that the needs of the justice seekers is attended to. Who is a prosecutor? I want to cite a decision given by a judge in the United States of America. In one case, Berger against the United States. This is a matter which was decided by the United States Supreme Court. The court expressed the onerous responsibility of a prosecutor, and this is what the court said. Open quote, the United States Attorney, and this applies to attorneys or prosecutors the world over anyway. The United States Attorney is the representative not of an ordinary party to a controversy, but of a sovereignty whose obligation to govern impartially is as compelling as its obligation to govern at all, and whose interest, therefore, in a criminal prosecution is not that it shall win a case, but that justice shall be done. As such, is in a peculiar and very definite sense the servant of the law, the twofold aim of which is that guilt shall not escape or innocence suffer. He may prosecute with earnestness and vigor. Indeed, he should do so. But while he may strike hard blows, he is not at liberty to strike foul ones. It is as much his duty to refrain from improper methods calculated to produce a wrongful conviction as it is to use every legitimate means to bring about a just one. Close quote. I think this sums up the responsibility of a prosecutor. Ethical, commitment, understanding the purpose for which the institution of prosecution exists. Your Excellency, many times, and I have been confronted with this a lot more as Chief Justice, people come to complain about this or that in the courts of law, and a big chunk of that is because we have inadequate representation of prosecutors, something which Lady Justice Frances Jane spoke about. Anyone who seeks to fight crime in any country must have a formidable investigating arm within the police. In this country, it is the Directorate of Criminal Investigation. Must have a formidable prosecuting body. In this country, it is the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, and a robust judiciary. Indeed, many times people think it is a good judiciary that ensures conviction of criminals. Well, I was never, unlike the Attorney General, I was a defense counsel for 23 years and defended people from chicken thieves to people who sought to overthrow governments. The success of criminal justice lies, in my very considered view, in a formidable investigating arm of the state and a robust prosecuting body. Actually, the work of the judicial officer is very simple. Once there's good investigation and good prosecution, you burn the midnight oil for 2 nights and you're ready with a judgment. It's a lot more difficult if those two arms are not effective. And the Director of Public Prosecutions, Your Excellency, has been thanking you for ensuring that the two arms, you spoke for the Directorate of Public Prosecution. I don't know what is happening with the Director of Public Criminal Investigation of the police. What she's been thanking you about is to ensure that the wrong persons are convicted, because you are enhancing the capacity of the Directorate of Public Prosecution to ensure that the wrong persons are convicted and the innocent ones do not suffer. There are indeed many innocent people who suffer. When I was a trial judge in Fort Portal, we had cases that had stayed pending trial 5, 6, 7 years. A good number of them failed because either the witnesses have moved, the witnesses who are there, because after 7 years, memory fades. Even those who have got photographic minds, memory fades. And what you told the police may now differ fundamentally from what you're telling court. And the defense lawyer pounces on that to punch a hole in the prosecution evidence. I have been informed that this year alone, again, by your intervention, the Directorate of Public Prosecution should be able to recruit 100 personnel, prosecutors. Your Excellency, this is one of the greatest news I have had in recent times, because this is a game changer. If it comes to pass, this is a game changer. And I say so because in the criminal justice system, criminal cases overwhelm civil cases. There are more criminal cases than civil cases in the justice system. In our courts of law, we have more criminal cases, and in part because we have fewer prosecutors than the judicial officers. There are many courts, there are many magistrates' courts which are not taking on criminal cases because there are no prosecutors. This is pathetic, and I think the decision you've made to support the prosecuting arm of the state should be able to remedy this. One of the areas where we fail the criminal justice system is cases do not take off immediately. And as I said, witnesses disappear, some die, some move on, some lose interest in the case. They think the courts of law are not serious. Fortunately, it is not the Director of Public Prosecutions who is blamed. It is the Chief Justice and his courts which is blamed for matters over which we have no control. An effective criminal justice system would thrive on expeditious handling of cases that come. You've spoken many times, actually you have talked incessantly over prioritizing certain cases like murder, treason. I hope organized crime is one of them. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering. But it's also our prayer that the capacity of the police investigating arm is strengthened so that when these matters come up, there is expedited investigation, expedited decision to prosecute, and expedited trial. That's what the Constitution provides for. So that when the witnesses are still fresh, their memory still recalls what happens with persuasive authority, the matter is dealt with. Now, finally, the theme of this, in honor of Joan Kagezi, is organized crime and the necessity for witness protection. When I tried the Kampala bombing, I think I convicted 8 and acquitted 5. Your Excellency, one of the 5 whom I acquitted, I will confess today, delayed my decision for about 2 months or more. I always write a judgment, put it aside, reflect on it. I wrote that draft judgment, put the file away for 1 week, went back to it, read the relevant part of the proceedings, and came to the same decision. I put the file away for 2 months or so, came back and read through it again, and came to the same decision. It was a very painful decision, but it was the right decision. What was this decision? That the person who, my gut feeling, in my feeling, this was the right person who had funded that heinous crime of killing innocent people in Kampala. He was standing there before me during the trial, but pleaded innocent, and I was acquitting him because there was something fundamentally missing in the prosecution evidence. So I had to disabuse my mind of my personal feeling, and I acquitted him. And when I acquitted him, I slept. If I had convicted him, my conscience would have disturbed me. Why have I raised this? Awad Omar, one of the accused persons, was the conduit for funds that was coming from the United Kingdom. The only difficulty was he was a known conduit for funds that was going into Somalia. That one was brought in evidence. And he received that money. But the evidence that these funds were used for the Kampala bombing was lacking, not sufficient. It did not go beyond reasonable doubt. And I was not trying him for channeling funds to Somalia, to the Al-Shabaab. I was trying him for funding the crime of bombing innocent people in Kampala. Well, I have raised this. In dealing with organized crime, Your Excellency, the state must look at the totality of the crime in the context of globalization. Had the United Kingdom accepted witnesses from United Kingdom to come and adduce evidence, Awad Omar, I believe, would have been convicted. That was the missing link. What was the reason given? That we have the death sentence in our statute book. Never mind that we inherited the death sentence from our colonial masters. But now they are saying, no, you have the death sentence, so our witnesses will not come to facilitate a conviction which may lead to the death sentence. My plea, some of these things now need intergovernmental intervention, but my plea is, in fighting organized crime, you need a well-trained body of persons, both in the investigation and in the prosecuting institution as departments of the state. It's very important. My former Chief Justice Benjamin Udoke just spoke before you came and brought the point very clearly. Organized crimes is something new. It's not the type of thing they were used to during their time. We are dealing with a new phenomenon. And in dealing with this phenomenon, it cannot be business as usual. We must pay more attention, equip ourselves with the means and the wherewithal to confront this type of crime. Your Excellency, we live in the fourth industrial revolution. We cannot use the tools of the second industrial revolution to operate in the fourth industrial revolution. We'll be left behind. The crimes of the fourth industrial revolution as organized crime will thrive and will be a laughingstock. I believe you understand these things better than I do, and with the intervention, with the focus you've given to the judicial and support institutions in recent times, we should as a country be able to hold our own against all these forces of evil coming from elsewhere to bring problems we are not familiar with in this country. Human trafficking, drug trafficking, and so on and so forth. I thank the Director of Public Prosecution and your team, madam, for keeping the memory of Joan Kagezi. I really don't know whether Joan has been given a medal. I'm not in charge of medal. Your Excellency, I see all sorts of people getting medals. I do not begrudge them. But there are people in this country whose names, if you mention, they should be associated with these national awards. I've also seen you award medals to politicians only. I've not heard Benjamin Odoke being given a medal for being a judicial officer, or Chief Justice Wambuzi, or Lady Justice Kikonyogo, and so on and so forth. I think that again is the missing link in our national recognition. Otherwise, Your Excellency, I thank you again for visibly showing the importance you attach to the roles and functions of the public prosecution, and more specifically to Joan Kagezi, whose life was taken when she was exercising her role to ensure that we live in a country we can be proud of. Thank you. I was going to invite Your Excellency, but I'm advised I should hold my peace until when I've been advised to come and invite you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for coming. And we in the justice chain, we in the justice institutions know that we are dear to you, and whenever you can, you will stand with us, you will promote our interest, and indeed, what we call our interest is the interest of the people of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the Honorable the Chief Justice, for those very warm remarks and for emphasizing the importance of the criminal justice chain and the need for strengthening all right from investigations up to adjudication. Now, Your Excellency, is the time to give. We paid special tribute to the past DPPs, and we have brought special awards to give to each of them. And Your Excellency, the Honorable the Chief Justice is going to do that on your behalf.
Your Excellency, please permit me to read out the names of the awardees that the Honorable the Chief Justice will present on your behalf. Your Excellency, the first awardee is the Honorable Justice Benjamin Odoke, Chief Justice Emeritus, Director of Public Prosecutions from 1981 to 1984. Please remain at the front for a photo with His Excellency. Your Excellency, the second awardee is the Honorable Justice George Japheth Masika, Chief Justice Emeritus, Director of Public Prosecutions from 1969 to 1972 and 1979 to 1981. This award will be received by his wife, Mrs. Ruth Masika, on his behalf. Your Excellency, the third awardee is the Honorable Justice Richard Butera, Deputy Chief Justice. He was Director of Public Prosecutions from 1995 to 2013. This award will be received by Mr. Amos Ngolobe, retired Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. Your Excellency, the fourth awardee is the Honorable Justice Mike Chibita, Justice of the Supreme Court of Uganda. He was Director of Public Prosecutions from 2013 to 2020. Your Excellency, the fifth awardee is Mr. Peter Kabatsi, who was Director of Public Prosecutions from 1986 to 1990. And the last awardee, Your Excellency, is Mr. Alfred Nasaba, who was Director of Public Prosecutions from 1991 to 1995. This award will be received by Mr. Amos Ngolobe on his behalf. I will now request the awardees to move and have a picture with His Excellency, accompanied by the Honorable, the Chief Justice, and the Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you very much. My Lord, the DPP.
Your Excellency, I have the pleasure to now invite you to address this congregation. Thank you.
His Lordship the Chief Justice, Owinyidoro, His Lordship Chief Justice Emeritus, Benjamin Odoki, all their lordships, the keynote speaker, and the prosecutors. First of all, in the case of Joan Kagezi, it is really the laxity of the police, I think, of the CID. This is because immediately we had a rough idea of the killer. Immediately. I was therefore surprised when later on I heard that they had not. But the new CID director, I think, knows the information we had. And there may be some other complications, especially when the killers are living abroad. But I think that does not stop us from exposing them, whatever the complications, or using any methods to get to them. Now, these killers in the end lose. I have been watching Uganda since 1960. By independence, I was following everything. And all those people who participate in bad things, in the end, lose out. And that's how we in the resistance movement have been looking at events. When we lose people, unfairly and prematurely, we concentrate on two things. Number one, we continue the struggle. That's why we shout in our slogans, "A luta continua." This is the slogan, a slogan we got from Mozambique, from Frelimo in Portuguese. The war goes on. So we continue. You remember 1973, those who are old enough, Idi Amin executed our supporters publicly here in Uganda. Public executions. Labeja and Obona were executed in Ugulu. Malibo and somebody else were executed in Fort Portal. Karambuzi, Butwari, Kanjire were executed in Kabale. Public execution. Karhanga, the mathematics teacher from Kyambogo, was executed in Mbarara. Here in Kampala, they executed a thief. They said he was our supporter, but that one was a thief. Then in Jinja, Amin executed Ntare and Nkoko, and in Mbale, Amin executed Namirundu, a young boy of 17 years, and a former army officer who was not working with us, but they also involved him, called Masaba. And Idi Amin thought he was doing well. But where is Idi Amin now? Idi Amin and his supporters paid dearly for killing our people. So for us, one way of struggle is to continue the struggle. We lose people, but we continue. And they pay. They cause us loss, but we cause much more loss to them. Second thing we try to do, because you see this killing is really very shallow. You kill, okay, but are you going to live forever yourself if you're also going to die? So if there is in your legal way, you call it what? Plenary. You have small meetings, then in the end you have the big one, where you all are. So if there is a plenary conference of the dead, we shall all meet there. You killed me unfairly, I die, but in the end, in the plenary, we meet. Why did you kill me, you man? And the killing simply means you made me depart earth a bit early. But in the end, you also come. So these killers, when they kill our people, apart from we pursuing them, we also try to support their amafuzi. Amafuzi is the Nyankore word. Baganda bajita mulekwa. Baganda bajita bamulekwa. Support the orphans. So in the case of Kagezi, first we have punished ADF because these fellows who killed her were from ADF. And you know what we have done with ADF. And we are not yet finished. We are really sending them where they sent Kagezi, in Congo. But also, we had to support her orphans. And I think those children are here. They can stand up and you see them. So all those children have got education. We supported them. So Kagezi is alive through those children. Because with the Banyankore, when you die, when you have left children, they know that you will continue. It is only when you die, when you are childless, that they use the word akatweka. His line was terminated. His lineage was terminated. But Kagezi, Taratwechire did not, her lineage was not terminated, and the children have grown up. So therefore, I will have to check again with the new regime of Magambo, what is happening with those killers, the direct killers. The bigger group, I am handling them in Congo. But there are particular ones who must be held accountable. Now, on the issue of the salary enhancement, all the public servants in Uganda will be enhanced. But the problem was that we were dealing with a collapsed economy, 1986. And in the last 37 years, we have had to do like 4 or 5 steps. Number one, minimum recovery. You remember the situation the way it was. The whole economy was informalized. It was magendo, smuggling, chibanda, black market, some black market for foreign currency, kusamla, speculation. So we had to cure that first, reformalize the economy, and kill magendo, and kill speculation, and kill forex black market, and bring back consumer goods to the shops. This was aim number one, which was achieved fairly quickly. Aim number two was to expand the small pre-colonial, post-colonial economy. That economy, the British used to describe it as the economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. 3 C's were coffee, cotton, and copper, and the 3 T's were tobacco, tourism, and tea. So, in the minimum recovery, those came back. But we had to expand them, restore, but also expand. And then diversify, do new things which were not being done under the British or soon after independence. But now we have added a 4th one of transformation. New economy, the economy of knowledge. You have heard how our people are fabricating, designing, and fabricating vehicles and so on. And the pathogenic economy, the vaccines and all that, pharmaceuticals. Now, this is the struggle we have been involved in. And as the economy was recovering and growing, tax collection was also improving. And we could not pay more unless we collected more. Number 5 in those efforts was the infrastructure development. The roads, the electricity, the telephones, the railway, which we are trying to work on, the social infrastructure, hospitals and schools. So all those demands, that's why we had really to approach the issue of salaries carefully. Otherwise, in other countries where they make a mistake of failing to know what your Banyankore knew long ago, the Banyankore have a proverb which says, Gariembebo gashikere kiteme. Somebody has kept seeds for planting, but because he's very hungry, he gets the seeds and cooks them and eats them. And when the time for planting comes, the rain starts, he has nothing to plant. So the teeth with which he ate the seeds now smile at the garden and say, what shall I plant here now? Now, NRM is not like that. Whatever the pressure, I resist eating the seeds. Even when I'm dying, you will not make me eat the seeds. No, because I need to keep the seeds to plant. And this has been the struggle, Please, Murindeko, wait. Let's plant. Because each season we are planting, we're harvesting more. Each year, we're harvesting more. The economy has gone from $1.5 billion, you can imagine, $1.5 billion. It is now about $50 billion. It has gone up 33 times since 1986. But I am now insisting, and it is possible now it can jump to $500 billion. Because this $50 billion is mainly economy of raw materials, coffee, cotton, bananas, fruits. Now, if you add value, you process the coffee, the economy will go up more than 10 times. So where we are now, it is possible for this economy of yours to jump from 50 billion to 500 billion, just because the raw materials are there and the infrastructure is there. What is needed now is investment in adding value. It will jump, it will become a $500 billion economy instead of the way it is now. You will be approaching those countries which you keep talking about, South Korea, what have you. We can overtake them very quickly. Because we have everything. For them, they don't have what we have. For us, we have got all the raw materials, but we have also got now an educated population which has got education. We can really jump and become a modern country. So that's why we have been trying to say, please, don't insist on eating the seeds. Let's eat something, but keep seeds for planting. And I'm glad you are patient. Now you have seen, the Wanyankore say, if your father annoys you, but you don't show him anger, when he's dying, he will bequeath you everything. But if you annoy him, he can curse you before. So I'm very happy that you are patient, and now you are beginning to see that we can really move. But move in stages. You remember I had a quarrel with the teachers. I said, with the little money we have, let us enhance first the science teachers. we are all teachers. I said, you who is just teaching, what happened? You know, Christopher Columbus went to America. Okay, thank you very much. You have informed me, but we need a doctor to treat somebody who is dying. Can you treat a doctor with Columbus? So if you cannot treat a doctor with Christopher Columbus, wait a bit. Let this one who can cure a dying person get something first. They said, oh, they were going to strike. I said, if you're going to strike, I'm going to do something to you. So I'm glad they listened, and the science people have been enhanced. We had to enhance the army people, because those army people of yours have really defended your country for a long time. And these old men were retiring, these old generals, and I said it would be very bad for these old men to retire and they go in poverty in the villages when they have spent 40 years, 50 years defending the country. So we were able to do something for those army people. Then now, at the very beginning, when Chief Justice Odoki was in charge, by the time of the CA, I said no. Although we are all very hungry, you know, I am an expert in managing scarcity. If you have got scarcity in your home, you come and hire me. You will see how I will help you. Scarcity of resources. Because in the bush, we had scarcity of food. But whatever little food we had to say, you give to the sentry. Sentry is the soldier who is on duty, who is guarding. We the rest of us can be hungry, and when you are hungry, you doze. Hunger is very good for dozing. If you want to doze, you keep hungry. So we would be dozing, but the one on sentry duty should be the one to get the food so that he's alert. When the enemy comes, he's the one to alert us. If you say we all become hungry democratically, you'll all die. So at the very beginning, I told His Lordship Benjamin Odoki, I said, although we are all hungry, but at least the judges, the ones who kulamula us, you know the way we call judges in our language, abalamuzi. Okulamula means to separate people who are quarreling. So I told Benjamin that although we are all hungry, but you the balamuzi, you should not be as hungry as us. So that at least when we come quarreling before you are alert, you are able to say, you are that's how we started paying the judges 3-point-something million, that time, 1995, 96, when the president was getting 150,000 shillings. That was the salary of the president. But the judge was getting 3-point-something million. So we were very conscious of this, that because of those specific roles of peacemaking in society, although we are all hungry, but you get something first. For us, even if we are hungry, if the separator, the mulamuzi, is not hungry, there is some hope of stability. Now, in that line, therefore, when we say the prosecutors and the government state attorneys go in the front of the queue to get something slightly more than the others, it is in that spirit of prioritizing who can give us the immediate, not that you are more important than others, but we need your contribution more urgently. So recently, therefore, this issue of taxes came up. I said, mbaleke, you msoro mujireke. Say, you leave them, don't tax them. Don't tax them directly. Income tax. Then somebody tried to argue, but you know, everybody must pay tax. I said, but the soldiers are not paying tax. And we know why they are not paying tax. The policemen are not paying tax. I think the judges also are not paying tax. Yes, the judges. So I said, what's the problem? These people are not so many. My daughter, Abodo, says you are only 300. And even if you expand and you become 800, we can. Uganda cannot collapse because some 800 people have not paid tax, have not paid income tax. So it's really just bad planning. So since these people are on the front line of fighting crime, let's finish with them. And the Munyankwe will say, Beremerwe. They fare on their own. They fare on their own. They don't use us as a pretext. But I said I know they will pay tax because I know some of them like a bottle of beer. So they're after requiring you for nothing. Because once I give you some slightly more money, I know some of the judges, some of the lawyers, I don't know about the judges, but some of the lawyers, they like a bottle of beer, and I have conveniently put something on each bottle. So they will pay tax voluntarily. And then the cars you are talking about, they use fuel, and on every liter there is something. So after we are going to Akasente, and my daughters, the female prosecutors, bagala nyo to perfume, they like perfumes. So I have something on the perfume. So they are really requiring for nothing. The income tax we lose. We may actually get more from the consumer tax, even from that very group. So it's bad. But in this case, you will get it in a nice way. The prosecutor, anyoadeka biake, nasanyuka, nemfuno msoro, nena asanyuka. So the prosecutor, once she or he has got more purchasing power, she will buy some consumer items, solving her problems of need of that, and I will get actually the same tax I would have got as income tax, or even more. So don't worry about it. Will be. I have already told the Minister of Finance that I insist on this. Let this join the category. Now, the laws of protecting the witnesses, I didn't know that this was a problem. So if it is a problem, the Attorney General, you should work on it, the laws to protect the witnesses. And the 900 million shillings for protecting the prosecutors, that is too low. We shall have to do something to enhance it. Now, on the numbers, we shall have again to go carefully. We are committed to the numbers, but when? The issue is the when. That's why I advised Jane Abodo last year, the little money they had put in, they had wanted to recruit more numbers. I said, let the few who are there first be happy. Even if they are overworked, but let them be overworked when they are happy. And then we shall see how to lighten the burden slowly. So we are coming. Don't panic. It takes time, but the economy is growing. Now, our big problem now is corruption of public officials. This is the one which is slowing down our rate of growth. And I'm glad you are very harsh. Jane Abodo said so. Those people must go to jail, must lose opportunities of leadership, but they must pay back everything they have stolen. So in that way, your economy will grow much faster, because now the issue of corruption is one of the brakes on the rate of growth. So I don't want to take the technique of prioritizing cases works. For instance, here Jane Abodo was saying, you advise us concentrate on murder, but I've got only one prosecutor. In my guerrilla planning, my guerrilla prioritization, I would agree that if you are to increase numbers, because she said she needed 10 prosecutors in the murder section, yes, then let's agree that because we have prioritized murder, we have prioritized rape, we have prioritized maybe corruption, we have prioritized terrorism, then we can have more numbers there, full numbers. Because if you say 10 on the murder section, then the bad planning is why you try to be everywhere at the same time. This is where I think some people plan badly. That's how we have managed to defend your country. Without too much money, we have been able to build the army by emphasizing what is most needed. Like the barracks, we never concentrated on the barracks. You saw our soldiers staying in grass-thatched houses for a long time. Why? We are to emphasize weapons. We didn't even deal with salary properly. But because we emphasized weapons and manpower, we were able to have peace, and peace eventually gave us slightly more money. So now we are able to address a little bit of salary and even a little bit of housing. So that technique, please, of in our raw language, we say mot, small, is really the correct way. And you will go far. You don't try to do everything at the same time. No, do small, but most crucial at that particular time. We shall manage, and we are moving well. So I thank you. I thank Jane Abodo and the team for not forgetting Joan Kagezi and always reminding us every year. And we come here to salute her contribution. The CJ has raised a good point. Why don't the judiciary people get medals? Why not? Well, I would have to ask, because for a long time, the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, who is a lawyer like you people, was the one in charge of this awarding of medals. So I would have to ask him, why were you having Nyeko for the soldiers? Nyeko is the actual word for jealous. I would have to ask Mbabas, why didn't you tell us about the judiciary? But now that you have told me, I will take it up. The one who is in charge now is Dr. Beatrice Wabudea. I think that one may not remember judges. She may remember vets and other people. But now you have told me I'm now the delegate of the legal system in the award structure. So I thank you, and I wish everybody good luck. We shall meet again next year. Apoyo Matek.
Prosecutors, can you give His Excellency a thunderous applause for those words of wisdom he has rendered us? Your Excellency, on behalf of the Director of Public Prosecutions, we thank you so much for gracing this occasion last year and this year, and for your wise words that you have imparted into us. This brings our function to an end. For our guests here, the DPP has served a sumptuous dinner for you, so don't leave here after we conclude this. We shall have our dinner to be served in that tent there. We shall walk there and we shall be guided. We will now proceed to end the function with the anthems so that we can release our guests to go and attend to other duties, especially His Excellency the President. Let us stand for the national anthems. Thank you very much. The police band, as His Excellency our chief guest takes his leave, allow me thank all of you for coming, all our invited guests, led by the Chief Justice, the Honorable the Chief Justice, the Honorable Attorney General, all our former DPPs, and all our invited guests today. Thank you so much for coming, and we appreciate that. We would like to thank the DPP, the top management of the Office of the DPP, our development partners, our keynote speaker, the moderator, and our discussants. Thank you so much. We would like also to thank Champisi Child Care Ministries, the children who entertained us today, and the Uganda Police Band for providing us entertainment. Thank you so much. We also want to thank all our service providers, the ones who provided the tent, the music system, the screens, the hotel. Thank you so much. We would like to thank the organizing committee led by the chairperson, Deputy DPP, Mr. James Odumbi-Owere. Thank you so much. We also want to thank the prosecutors, all of you, for coming here from your various stations and for being here with us for all this time. Without much ado now, I would like to invite the DPP to lead all our guests into the tent where we're going to have our dinner as the police band plays us some nice melodies as we walk. Thank you very much. It's now time for networking, for relaxing, and for discussing the events of the day. For the prosecutors, it is a time to regurgitate the message of the president and, of course, raise the hope up.
Rolls,